Do you think you need to invent the new Facebook to get hired? Not at all. You just have to prove that you can build professional and production-ready applications that solve real problems and that won't crash harder than your last relationship. So hi there, and welcome to a course in which I'll teach you how to build StoreIt, a storage management solution inspired by giants like Google Drive, Dropbox, and OneDrive, used by billions of users. But here's the kicker. You won't just slap together a bunch of features. You'll also learn a modern state-of-the-art tech stack along the way. Together, we'll create this project using the latest and greatest Next 15, which updates faster than you can keep up. So buckle up, because in this tutorial, you'll learn how to implement secure, passwordless OTP authentication, build a streamlined dashboard to track storage and recent uploads, manage multi-file uploads and different file types, rename, preview, download, delete, and even share access with others, use global search to find any file instantly, and design a responsive UI that works flawlessly on any device, and much more, covering the Next.js foundations, best practices, architecture, and top-notch performance. This isn't just another app. It's a step-by-step, hands-on experience, allowing you to showcase your essential job-ready skills. And if that doesn't get your adrenaline pumping, I don't know what will. But if you're ready, let's dive right in. If you visit the website, you'll be redirected to the auth pages since you don't have an account. You can log in or create a new account. Right after providing that account info, you'll be prompted to provide a one-time password. So let's head over back to our email, and there it is. Let me type it in, and I'm in. We have a beautiful screen that shows the storage usage, different categories of files, recent uploads on the right, navigation on the left, and a global search bar at the top that allows you to search any file you've uploaded lightning fast. There's also an upload button at the top right. Click it and you can upload any kind of file, from documents, images, or media. You can also upload multiple files at the same time. Upon a successful upload, you'll see changes in storage usage and files being automatically categorized in different sections. Let's navigate to the specific file categories to see their dedicated space usage, filter them, or do the pagination. And the same thing goes for all the other categories of files. You can also perform different kinds of operations on each file. So let's rename this to something else, or even check its details. If you click on it, you'll see this file in the preview. For PDFs, you will see a preview in the default browser PDF reviewer. Pretty cool, right? From the dropdown, you can also download these files and save them to your device, or simply delete them. But that's not even the best part. You can actually share these files with others. That's right. Let's click Share, provide an email, open an account using that email, and there you go. The shared file is already there. You can do anything you want with it. If needed, you can also restrict the shared actions. And as always, the whole thing is completely mobile responsive, working on any device that you could have, even that teeny tiny Galaxy Z Fold. So think about it. This single project showcases everything a full-stack developer needs to know, from backend architecture, database design, and authentication flows, to file handling, user permissions, modern UI/UX principles, and even web vitals. Using Next.js, TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, ShadCN, charts, and Appwrite. An open source backend as a service that gives us complete control over our data, with many self-hosting options and powerful APIs that some other alternatives don't offer. Now let's build something that actually matters. Not because it's revolutionary, but because it's exactly what the companies need. So without any further ado, let's dive right in. To get started building a great project, we'll start from bare beginnings by creating a new empty folder on our desktop. I'll call it store_it. After you create it, open it up within your IDE or text editor. In this case, I'll be using WebStorm. It is a professional IDE that just recently became completely free for non-commercial use. So once you're there, open up your terminal and run npx create-next-app./ It'll ask you whether you want to install the Create Next App installer, so simply press Y for yes. And now it's going to ask you a couple of questions. Would you like to use TypeScript? Why, yes. ESLint? Let's say yes to that as well. As a matter of fact, we're going to press Enter to get the default options for all of these choices. Tailwind CSS, sign us up. No need for a source directory. App router, definitely. In this case, for TurboPack, either way is fine. In this case, I'll go with the default of no, and you don't need to modify the import alias. We'll use the default one. And there we go. In just a couple of seconds, it's going to install the necessary dependencies of React, React DOM, and Next, and all of the other dependencies needed for us to run the project smoothly. Okay, that's it. Quite a success. Now, as you can tell, quite a few files have been auto-generated for us, from tsconfigs to Tailwind configurations, package JSONs containing different versions of dependencies we're using, to the public folder with the assets, and then finally the app folder within which we'll develop our code. In this case, I won't go too deep into what each one of these files does, but what I will do is leave a link down in the description covering the exact timestamp to my Next.js 15 crash course, which is released on YouTube for free, where I dive into a deep explanation of each one of these files and more in case you need a refresher on how Next.js applications work, considering that this application right here will also be a Next.js application. So I'll leave a link to this video down below. And I'll also leave a link down below to our ultimate Next.js course, the only course you need if you truly want to dive into the production level of writing Next.js code. And since you're watching this video, I think that's exactly what you want to do. Specifically talking about caching, different runtimes, client versus server rendering, different data fetching methods, and more. Just recently, I updated it to the latest versions, the best performance, detailed theoretical explanations, and even active lessons so that you can truly test your knowledge and try to do something before you watch a video lecture, which is not the case here on YouTube, as you can just sometimes follow along and it feels like you're watching Netflix. But in this case, you'll truly have to test your knowledge before you can watch the next lesson. And why am I saying all of this? Because from this point onward, I will assume that you have either watched the free Next.js 15 crash course, so I don't have to over-explain some things that I've already mentioned there, or the paid one, if you can afford it and you really want to learn how it works under the hood. So with that said, let's go ahead and run our application by running npm run dev, which will start the development server on localhost 3000. Command click it to open it up, and it'll look something like this. You'll get Next.js's boilerplate code. What you can notice is that the title will say Create Next App. So let me show you how you can update it to make more sense with what we are building. I'll head over to app and layout.tsx. As you can see, here we have our Next.js metadata that allows us to change our title. In this case, we can change it to store it. And for the description, we can say something like, store it, the only storage solution you need. Alongside that, we can also update our fonts. So in this case, instead of getting the Geist Sans, I'll go ahead and remove those two. And instead, I'll say const poppins is equal to poppins. I'll call it and provide the options object. And we can import the poppins font like this from next/font/Google. Within it, we can pass the subsets. In this case, that will be equal to Latin. We can also pass weight. We'll need all of the weights in this case, ranging from 100 all the way to 900. And finally, we can specify the variable that we'll use to define this font. It'll be --font-poppins. There we go. We can remove this import and place this right here at the top. And now we can use this font right here in the body. So let's head over to the class name and let's just use a singular font, which is going to be a class name of a template string, poppins.variable with font-poppins. And we can keep this anti-aliased class name, as it typically helps to make some fonts appear more readable. Now the font will have changed, and so did the title, but as you can see, the favicon remained the same. So let's get the new and updated one. And we'll get it from our Figma file, which means that the link to the complete design of this project will be down in the description. You can get it completely for free, so if you want to, you can maybe pause this video and sometimes try to build some of the things on your own and then see how I would approach them for the best solution. You would kind of be replicating what we're doing with active lessons within the Ultimate Next.js course. But it will be just a bit tougher, as in our active lessons, I actually explain each task in detail to guide you on how I would approach thinking about implementing a specific task, giving you some examples as well as resources and documentation pages that you can refer to, and finally a complete hint if you cannot manage to do it on your own, to try to do it but just with a bit of help. If you would be replicating all of that just from the design, It would be a bit tougher, but you can still do it. In any case, once you're into design, you will be able to find something that looks like this, where you have a logo, and then you can just export it. In this case, I'll go with a JPEG. Once you download it, head over to Favicon Generator, and I'll turn that image right here into an ICO, an icon file. You can do that by simply uploading this icon right here, and immediately it'll give you a Favicon version of that, which you can simply drag and drop into the app folder, which will ask you to override the existing one. So override it, and there we go. Now, if we go back to the website, you can see that all of our website's metadata, such as the title of stored and then our favicon, nicely appear right here. That means that soon enough, we'll be able to start focusing on the code base. But before that, let's set up linting. To make sure that you follow all the best practices in your code base and keep your code clean, we'll go ahead and set up ESLint right here before we start writing any code to make sure that your code is clean and so that you can quickly find problems if they appear. Now, ESLint is a linter, but I'll also teach you how to hook it up with Prettier, which is an opinionated code formatter. Together, they'll do wonders and just make sure that your code base is clean. So let's open up our terminal, and I'll create a new one so we can run some additional commands while our application is running. And I'll run npm install eslint-config-standard eslint-plugin-tailwind css, which will help us with adding Tailwind CSS classes a lot, and eslint-config-prettier. Finally, we'll need the Prettier itself, which is an additional package, and all of these can be saved as dev dependencies. So just at the start, I'll say npm install --save-dev, which is going to save them as dev dependencies. And I noticed I have a typo right here, ESLint plugin Tailwind CSS, fix it and press enter. It's going to install them in less than a second, which means that we can now head over to our ESLint rc.json, which was generated for us by Next.js. And here we can make sure that all of the rules of the packages and plugins we just installed are being followed by adding them to the extents list. So we can say next core web vitals, then we can say next TypeScript, we have standard, and we can also add a plugin, Tailwind CSS /recommended, and finally we have the Prettier package as well. Now, if you're using WebStorm, you might press Command-Shift-P and then search for Prettier, go to Preferences, and turn on Manual Prettier Configuration, which is going to take it right here from your node modules. And you can run, reformat, and run on save. Okay, great. And you can repeat the same thing with ESLint by searching for it, turning on the manual configuration, point it to your node modules, and run the save on fix. And if you're in VS Code, you might need to create a new folder called .vscode, and within it, a settings.json file, which is going to have some kind of a setting that says editor code actions on save, source fix all ESLint explicit, which will make sure to turn on the ESLint configuration on save. And this is also something that we dive a bit deeper into within our Next.js course, where we have a completely separated video on ESLint and Prettier setup with all the configurations. With that said, we can test whether it works by heading over to page.tsx and make any kind of change to a file, like adding a space, and then save the file. You'll notice that immediately it'll make some small changes with the class names to fix some ESLint rules. Later on, you can notice that it'll be doing many more things, like fixing some spacing within your application and just making sure that everything looks consistent whenever you save a file. Now, let's clean this page up because we don't need anything within it. This is going to be our home page. So I'll only have one div, within which I'll have an h1 that'll say store it, the only storage solution you need. I'll also give it a class name equal to text-3xl, just so we can nicely see it in the browser. There we go. This is looking good. With this in place, we are ready to implement our design system. We'll do that by figuring out some of the specific elements of the theme of our application. In the style guide, you'll see some of the elements, such as different headings, brand colors, and more, which we'll be able to copy and put into our Tailwind CSS config. So let's do that next. Setting up a Tailwind CSS theme is something that we have to do for every application independently. because no matter how many of the applications nowadays follow a specific boilerplate structure, still, the designs of all of them have some differences. For example, take a look at this Dev Overflow application that we have with this nice light and dark mode, and then compare it with our much brighter Stored application. If anything, they have different fonts and different brand colors. So the main question is how to extract these values from these style guidelines to be able to use them within the application. This is something we go into a lot of depth within our Ultimate Next.js course, but let me give you a feel for that right here as well. First things first, you want to find a style guide, or if you don't have it, you can extract some colors right here from the application. There we go. You can see that this one uses FA7275, but in this case, we thankfully have the style guide, so we can go right here and we can copy this color. Next, you can head over to tailwind.config.ts. And by the way, I just used a Command or Control P keyword, which allows me to very quickly move to different files. I don't have to open it and then go there. I just press Command P, start typing, and I'm immediately within the file. That's just a little pro tip. So how would you go ahead and extend your theme to match your application's colors? Well, we can go Theme, Extend Colors, and I'll add a new object called Brand, and I'll provide a default color for the brand. You can provide a default by simply entering a default keyword, and you can paste the color that you just copied. And I'm also going to provide a variation of that color, which we can get by saying brand-100, and that's going to be hash EA6365. After that, we can add all of these other colors as well. For example, you can see this green one right here. Well, let's just copy it, go back, and then go below the brand, and then say green. And you can simply paste it right here. You get the idea, right? And how would you go ahead and add these colors right here? Now you will need to repeat this for other colors, and some might even be hiding within the design, such as this one right here. Now, just so you don't have to manually search for all of these colors, in the description of this video, you can find the complete tailwind.config.ts file, where I took some time to extract all of these colors from the Figma I provided. Now, if you scroll down, you'll be able to notice that there is one package which we don't currently have, which is Tailwind CSS Animate, which we'll use for some very simple spin animations on loading logos. So let's go ahead and install it by opening our second terminal and running npm i-save-dev, and we can paste Tailwind CSS Animate and press enter. Once you do that, your application will be back to a functional state. Now let's head back over to our homepage and let's see if we can use this color. I'll type text-brand-100, or you can just say text-brand to get the default one, and immediately you can see that it works. Now, sometimes you might use a series of different classes to position an element properly. Like, let's say something that you would always do: display of flex, items-center, and justify-center. You'll see this always. And in this case, we have to add the h-screen for this div to take the full height of the screen. If you do that, this will nicely center the text. We can also change the background color to something like amber 100, and we can make this text bold by saying font-bold. And there we go. Now you can see this in the middle of the screen. But what would happen if across many different components, you had to position things in the middle of the screen? You would have to copy this entire class name and then paste it across all the other pages. And if there's a change, maybe you want to give it a border, you would have to make that change across all files. So to make sure that doesn't happen, we'll head over to our globals.css, where we currently have some predefined code given to us by the Next.js CLI. In this case, I'll remove it. We are importing the Tailwind utilities, and I'll give it an @layer utilities, and here we can define some utility classes. What are utility classes? Well, they help us make our code more reusable. So if I head back over to our div and copy all of these classes, I can now write something like this: .center @apply, and I can paste all of those classes right here. Then going back to page, check this out. I'll just simply say class name center. If I do that, this page still works perfectly, and my code is looking much cleaner because now I'm not cluttering it with all of the other class names which have to be reused. Rather, if I need to see what they're about, I can go into our globals. The combination of the Tailwind CSS config And this globals.css file is what makes the styling so much more seamless, especially when working in big applications. As you can see here, in a lot of cases, we'll simply have h1 bold or h1 XL, and we need to be able to reuse those classes just like we reuse the colors in the config. So in our case, going back to the style guide, we'll want to create a class for this specific heading. We can click into it to see what it is, but we also already have some information here. In any case, this is a heading 1 with a weight of 700, and it has this specific color. So in your utilities, you would do something like this, .h1, add apply text-34 pixels, leading -42 pixels, and a font -bold. And how do I know about those? Well, because I can see that right here. 34 pixels, leading 42, and it is obviously bold. Now you can create different variations. For example, on H5 would be 16 pixels of text, it would have a leading of 24, and it would be semi-bold. Going back to our application, now I can use it right here by simply saying H1, and it looks great. Now that you know what kind of role the tailwind.config.ts and the globals.css files play into styling of our application, and considering that Tailwind config is already done, we can now finish the globals. In the GitHub README of this project, you can head over to the code snippets, find the globals.css, and paste it right here. As you'll notice, we have a lot of these reusable classes that are going to make the styling of our application a bit easier. I mean, how often do we have to use a primary button? Or how often do we have to center a div? Once you apply that global, make sure that it is imported within the globals.css, and immediately ESLint will let you know that we no longer have this center class name, which is great, but now we'll have some other ones, like flex-center and h-screen. And we're back at where we started, but now with a completely finished style guide for our project. Next, let's focus on the first thing that a user sees when they visit the application. It's not the dashboard, but the authentication. In this case, it's going to be the login and registration screen. Before we go ahead and start creating the authentication, we have to be really smart in how we're planning on architecting it. As a matter of fact, you have to do that before starting to code anything. Nowadays, AI can also code UIs, but it's about how you approach creating some of these pages that matters, how you architect them. So in this case, let's try to compare those two pages. We have the login and we have the registration. As you'll see on the login, we have some different fields, such as the email and the password. I don't think we'll need a username there. But on the create account, we'll need all of these fields, like the username, email, password, confirm password, and more. So we have to figure out which things will be repeated and which things will change. In this case, we know that the entire left side will be repeated, as well as some of the parts on the right side, such as the buttons. So what does that mean for a Next.js application? How will we approach that when it comes to creating different layouts and the routing for those pages? Next.js allows us to create something known as group routes, which you can create by creating a new folder and wrapping its name within parentheses, something like auth. Within auth, we can create two new routes, which are going to be different folders that are going to have the name of sign-in as well as sign-up. And within those, we can create new page.tsx files. Within each one of these, run rafce, which will create a new React arrow function component. This one we can call sign-in, and we can repeat the same procedure within the other one by creating a new page.tsx, paste it, and rename it to sign-up. Now, if you've done it correctly, you might want to go to auth and then sign in. But you'll quickly notice that this is a 404. That's because when you wrap a folder's name in parentheses, it doesn't create a route. It's just a route group, which means that it will not be counted when navigating through different URLs. So to get to the sign in, you just have to say /sign in, and immediately you'll be redirected to the sign in page. But what creating route groups also allows us to do is to add a new special file called layout.tsx. that allows you to show some shared UI or functionality across all of the pages within the route group. So create a new rafce call it layout, and since it's a layout, it needs to have access to the children. So I'll get children through props, and then I'll define children as React node. Immediately within it, we can render those children, but now we can further style this div by giving it a class name equal to flex and min-h-screen. Within it, we can create a section. So let's create it right here. And within that section, we can create another div that'll contain the image, which we can import from next image, and give it a source of /favicon.ico. We can also give it an alt tag equal to logo and a width of about 16, a height of 16, and a class name equal to h-auto. You can see that Prettier will automatically restructure this for us. And I just remembered that we don't even have to use the .. We can just start with /favicon. And below it, we can render a div that'll have a class name equal to space-y-5 and text-white, inside of which we can render an h1 with a class name equal to h1 that's going to say manage your files the best way. Below it, we can have a p tag that'll have a class name equal to body-1, and it can say something like, this is a place where you can store all your documents. And you'll want to give this section a class name of bg brand, as well as a padding of 10 to give it some breathing room. That's going to make it look like this. And I think you can already start seeing where I'm going with this. The left side, which is rendered within the layout, will be shared across both the sign in and the sign up. How do I know that? Well, we can change the text within the page to say sign in, and we can change the text within the sign up to say sign up. And then you know that this is our layout. So now if we are on the sign in, you can see it right here on the right side. But if I change the URL and go to the sign up page, you can see that now it says sign up. So let's go ahead and finish the layout so we can focus on the right side, which means showcasing the forms of our application. But for the time being, we just want to get this nice looking logo, as well as this great looking 3D illustration. To get it, you can go to Figma, and then you can export this file right here. For example, you can export this entire icon, which contains the storage text, by going to export and then saying export logo. And you can do the same thing by exporting this illustration as well. Once you do that, you can head over into your public and delete all of the current SVGs within the public folder, and then drag and drop the file that you just downloaded into your public folder. We can rename the logo to simply say logo, and we can rename the second one to simply say illustration. And now we can use them right here by replacing this favicon to simply say /logo.png. Let's give it a width of 224 and height of 82. And we can go below this div containing the text and render another image that'll have a source equal to /illustration.png. Let's give it an alt tag equal to files, a width of 342, and a height of 342 as well, alongside a class name of transition-all. What are we going to transition? Well, on hover, we want to rotate by 2. And on hover, we also want to scale it a bit to 105. So if we save this and go back, you can see this nice looking illustration. And if you hover over it, it rotates and scales a bit. So it looks great. But as you can see, this illustration looks a bit low res to me. So what you can do is you can get it with a higher resolution, like 3x or more. But just so you don't have to manually download each one of these icons, and you can see there's going to be a lot, such as these files ones, images, video, and so on. Not to mention these ones on the sidebar, as well as the upload icons, logout, these ones right here for different views, and so much more. Just to make the process of downloading all of these a bit simpler, I went ahead and downloaded them for you. So the only thing you have to do is delete the current public folder, download and unzip the new one from the repository's README down below, and then drag and drop it right here in the root of your application. It's going to contain all of the assets, icons, images, and more. In this case, we'll just have to rename the two files that we used because here we're using a bit of a clearer name. So the logo is going to be under Assets, Icons, logo-full.svg. SVGs are much higher quality than PNGs. And for the illustration, we can get it by going to Assets, Images, Files.png. Now if you go back, this is looking much crisper. Let's play with the UI a bit by giving this section a class name of hidden, w-1/2, so it's going to take 50% of the screen, items-center, justify-center, on large devices flex. So what does this mean? It means that typically it'll be hidden, but once we reach larger devices or higher, we want to show it. And on extra large devices, we want it to take 2/5 of the screen instead of 1/2. Also, notice how ESLint saved me right here, saying that justy center doesn't exist. This is going to be justify center. Let's also give this div a class name of flex, max-h-800 pixels, max-w of 430 pixels, flex-call, so the elements appear one below another, justify-center, and space-y-12 for some extra spacing on top and bottom. There we go. Now the left side is looking much better. But what about the right side? Well, let's create another section right below this section. And this section will have a class name equal to flex, flex-1, flex-call, so the elements appear one below another, items-center. This one will have a BG white because it's on the other side, padding of 4, and padding Y of 10 for top and bottom. On large devices, justify center. On large devices, padding of 10. And on large devices, padding Y of 0. Within it, we want to display a div, and that div will have a class name of margin bottom of 16, and on large devices, hidden. Within it, we want to display an image, and this image will have a source equal to /assets /icons /logo-full-brand.svg with an alt tag of logo, a width of 224, and a height of 82, with a class name equal to h-auto, w-200 pixels, and on large devices, w of 250 pixels. Finally, we want to put these children within this second section, right below this div containing the image. If we do that, you can notice that we have nicely centered the sign up page, as well as the content on the left. Now, if we head over to the sign in page, you can notice that it doesn't look as good, even though it's using the same layout. Let's check it out right here. We have the sign in page and the sign up page, and the layout right in the auth. What I'll go ahead and do is reload the terminal by pressing Ctrl-C to stop it, and then rerun npm run dev. Now I'll reload the page, and you can see the changes took effect. Sometimes you might need to reload your application if something seems weird, because we have done everything correctly. We have modified the layout, which should result in changing all of the files or all of the pages within the auth route group. So now we are ready to focus on the right side, implementing the auth form. To get started creating our auth form, let's head over to our File Explorer and create a new folder outside of the app folder, and I'll call it Components. Within Components, we can create a new file called authform.tsx. Run rafce, and now we can import it within the sign-in page. We can do that by simply immediately returning it here by saying authform, coming from components authform, which is going to be a self-closing component. And to make it reusable, we'll pass it a single prop called type is equal to sign in, like this. Now we can do the same exact thing on the sign up. So let's copy this and move it over to sign up. If you don't have opening and closing brace, then that means that we're having an immediate return. So we're immediately returning just the auth form. And that's the only thing we have to return from both of these pages. Now, right now, as you can see, the auth form is complaining because we're not accepting the proper type. So let's head over into the auth form and let's start implementing it. First things first, I'll accept and destructure the type prob, which is going to be type of a type. And we can declare it right here above by saying type form type is equal to either sign in or sign up. And now we can just say that this type will be of a type form type. Perfect. And now we are ready to start implementing a form, which we'll reuse for both of these pages. To implement it, we'll use ShatCN, a beautifully designed component library that allows you to copy and paste code into your apps. Specifically, we'll search for form, and it says right here that we'll be using React Hook Form and Zod because forms are tricky. They're one of the most common things you'll build in a web application, but also one of the most complex. So in this case, they'll use the form component in a wrapper around the React Hook Form library, which is going to just make it so much easier for us to develop the forms. Here they go a bit over the anatomy, give an example, but what we're interested in is the installation process. So let's go ahead and follow this together. I'll put this side by side to my code editor, right next to my IDE, and now I can zoom it out a bit and we can follow the installation process. First things first, we have to install ShatCN because this right here is just making sure to add this ShatCN component into it. But if I head back to ui.shatcn.com and click Get Started, head over to installation for Next.js, you can see that we need to run npx ShatCN add latest init. So let's copy this command and paste it right here. Once you do that, it's going to ask us whether you want to install the installer. And after that, it's going to ask you a couple of questions. Which style would you like to use? In this case, I'll proceed with New York. We're going to use a neutral color, and we don't need to use CSS variables. So in this case, I can switch over to no. Now it says it looks like you're using React 19, and some packages may fail to install due to peer dependency issues. It's asking us whether we want to use force or use legacy peer deps. In this case, I'll just press enter to use force, and it's going to install them. We can see what this exactly did if we head over to the package.json and check the versions of dependencies. These have remained the same, React 19, and I think it's just going to work. So let's head back to the installation of the actual form, and let's copy this command that will allow us to add the form to our application. And once again, it's asking us how would we like to proceed. I'm going to say use force. And it's going to add a form, button, and a label. Now, how ShatCN works is completely different to all of the other libraries, such as Material UI or Bootstrap, where by installing it, you get all of the components immediately within your code. But by using ShatCN, a new UI folder gets created, and you can only use the components that you manually decide to install and use. In this case, we're using a form component. So it brought all of this code to you, so you can actually modify it if you want to, but you won't really need to, because we're just going to use what they provide to us and then style it further by using Tailwind CSS. So now that we have installed it, we can continue with some of the additional setup. Next, we have to define the schema of your application. So let's copy the next code block right here and paste it at the top. Here we make it a use client because this is a form after all, and we define the form schema. After that, we have to copy the Zod resolvers and use form as another pair of imports. And then we have to define this profile form. In this case, I'll just copy what goes inside of the form and paste it within our auth form. That's going to be the form definition as well as the onSubmit function. After that, we need to get more imports. So these are going to be imports for inputs, forms, and buttons. And I'm going to put them right here at the top. And we then have to get the actual UI of the form. So I'll copy it and I'll paste it right here under the return. If I do that and save it, ESLint will automatically position everything. And I'll take a second to explain how all of this works. First of all, it looks like the input hasn't been installed by ShatCN. So we can easily install it by saying npx ShatCN add latest add input. After that, we can see that it got installed. And we have our form schema, which right now contains only the username. Then we define our form by using the use form coming from React Hook Form library. And we say that it'll be of a type form schema, meaning that we'll use the username. And we also set the default values. Finally, we define a submit handler, which we can use the arrow function to do so. It's going to be an asynchronous arrow function that accepts the values, and then for now simply console logs them. Finally, right below, we return the form with a single form field. So if we go back to our application, specifically to the sign-in page, you should be able to see a beautiful looking input. Of course, if you go to desktop devices, you'll be able to see that it looks even better. But on mobile, we remove this left side because we don't have any space and just store it on top. Now let's modify this form field to make sense in our case, to turn this into an auth form. First things first, I'll wrap this form into an empty React fragment and I'll close it with it as well, because later on we'll have our OTP verification happening right here. For the time being, I can simply comment it out, but later on we'll add it back in, which is why we need to turn this into a React fragment. Now we have this form here, and let's give it a class name equal to auth-form. This will give it a full width. Right within the form, we can create an h1, and this h1 will check if the type is sign up. So we can say type is sign in, then it'll say sign in, else it'll say sign up. We can also give it a class name equal to form-title. Now let's go below, and we have a form field. This form field will only show if we're on the sign up. So we can say if type is triple equal to sign-up, in that case, render this form field. And of course, we'll have to properly close it right here if that is not the case. So since we're on the sign in, we don't have any fields right now, but if I head over to sign up, you can see that we still don't have anything. Why is that? Well, let's head over to the sign up page. And it looks like I forgot to change the type. So this perfectly illustrates how we can use props to modify how a reusable component should look like. Now, what will this first form field be about? It'll be a full name field where we return a form item. And within a form item, we have a div element with a class name equal to shad form item, within which we display a form label. And that form label will simply say full name. Next, right below it, we have a form control with the input. In this case, we don't have a description. So it'll look something like this: form label and form control with the input within the div, and then form message right below. Let's style this label a bit by giving it a class name equal to shad-form-label. And let's go into the input and give it a placeholder equal to enter your full name, and we can give it a class name equal to shad-input. Finally, we can give this form message a class name equal to shad-form-message. That happens if there's some kind of an error. We can nicely show it below. Now let's duplicate this form field by copying it, and let's paste it below this check for the sign up. The second one will be displayed either way. So we can change it to email. Next, we can change the label to email as well. We can change the placeholder of the input to say enter your email, and that's it. The rest will be the same. Since we'll use OTP verification, we don't even need a password field. OTP verifications are more secure. You'll see how that works very soon. Now below this form item, we can render a button with a type of submit. It'll also have a class name equal to form-submit-button. And within it, we'll check if type is equal to sign in, then it'll say sign in, else it'll say sign up. And there we go, we have our beautiful button. We can also have some kind of a loading state. So I'll go up and I'll create a new use state field right at the top of the component by using the use state snippet. I'll call it is loading, set is loading, at the start set to false. And I like how my WebStorm immediately tells me that this false actually stands for the initial state. Now if I go down, below this text, still inside the button, if is loading is true, then I'll render a Next.js image that'll have a source of /assets/icons/loader.svg, an alt tag of loader, a width of 24, a height of 24, and a class name of margin left of 2 to divide it from the text, and animate-spin. So if I simulate loading by turning this default variable to true, you should be able to see how that looks like. There we go, sign up. And at the same time, we can also disable that button because we cannot click it again if it's loading. So we can give it a disabled property, and it'll be disabled if isLoading is true. Now let's go below the button, and there I'll check if we have an error message. So if error message is true, then I'll render a p tag that'll render an asterisk and then error message. And we can give it a class name equal to error-message. Of course, this error message is a new state which we have to create, which we'll use to track the state. So I'll use a new use state snippet to quickly spin it up. I'll call it error message and set error message at the start equal to an empty string. Now, if we go down, we can go below this error message and we can render a div. This div will have a class name equal to body-2 flex and justify-center. Within it, I'll render a p tag that'll check if type is sign in, then it's going to say don't have an account, else it'll say already have an account like this. Of course, we have to give it a class name of text-light-100 to make it a bit muted. And then below this p tag, I'll render a link component coming from next link. I'll give it an href, and if the type is triple equal to sign in, then it'll point to sign up, else it'll point to sign in. So basically the other one. I'll also give it a class name equal to margin left of 1, font-medium, and text-brand. The link can say if type is sign in, then sign up, else sign in. But it looks like I imported the wrong link component. This link should actually be a default import, and it should be coming from next/link. There we go. So now we can see the text, and check this out. If you click it, we can now move between those two different pages. This is looking great. I'll remove the form description since we don't use it, and let's head back down. Looks like this animate spin, I misspelled it. Nice how ESLint caught that for me. That was supposed to be animate spin. And we can continue right below. Now that we have implemented the UI of the form, we have to look into making it functional. Because right now, you can see that our names have some kind of errors, saying that email is not assignable to type username. And that's because all of this is so neatly hooked up to our use form, the default values, and the form schema. So let's actually modify it to reflect our use case. Right here at the top, I'll say const AuthForm schema is equal to, and then given the form type of this form, which is going to be of a type form type, I can return different things. So I'll return a z.object, which stands for Zod, that'll have an email field, and we'll have the email field always. So that's going to be z.string and .email. But we can also sometimes add a full name, and the full name will only be there if the form type is triple equal to sign up. In that case, we can have a z.string.min2.max50 else z.null. So what this means is that this auth form schema will be different given the type of form we're on. So let's actually pass it right here by saying const form schema is equal to auth form schema, which we call, and then pass the correct type to it. We also need to modify the default values. So for default values, I'll say full name is an empty string, and I'll also say email is an empty string as well. And we can delete the previous form schema. And now we can see what error do we have here. It seems like there's an error with this input saying it's not assignable to null. Yep, so in this case, instead of using the dot null, we'll use the dot string and then dot optional on it. There we go. That makes more sense, and now our input isn't complaining. So now if you click sign up, you can see that it gives you a required field and an error for both of these. That is exactly what we wanted. Same thing for detailed validation. String must contain at least 2 characters, or this has to be a valid email. I mean, implementing this validation is just super easy using Zod validation. Now, what error do we have here? A component is changing an uncontrolled input to be controlled. This is definitely something we can look into, but I don't think it's even happening anymore, so I think we're good. And as I said, we can now switch between both of these forms. Now, the question is, are we getting those values right here once we submit? Let's give it a shot. If I go to Inspect Element and I open up the console and I clear it, I'll try to enter my name, Adrian, and my email, and I'll click Sign Up and take a look. We get an email and the full name right here in the object. And that means that we are ready to sign the user up, or in this case, actually create a user in the database. And of course, I don't even have to mention that this application looks so much better on desktop devices. This is great. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and implement our backend system next, so we can actually create user accounts, store those users in the database, and allow them to attach their files to their store management solution. To develop our backend, we'll use Appwrite. It allows you to build entire backends within minutes and scale effortlessly using their open source platform. Of course, even though it says you can do it within minutes, don't be fooled, this is not some kind of a plug-and-play no-code backend system. Rather, you have complete control over your auth, databases, functions, storage, and more. For this project, we'll use the database functionalities, authentication to authenticate our users, and finally storage to keep track of our files. Now, I like using Appwrite because it is simple to set up, and most importantly, if you take a look at their pricing, you'll notice that with the free plan, you get unlimited projects which are never paused, and this is what is super important. Some other tools allow you to use their software for a specific period of time, but then they pause your projects. Here you can have unlimited that are never paused, and you get more than enough bandwidth, storage, executions, and everything else to be able to run your project. If your project doesn't get tens or even hundreds of thousands of users, you'll most likely never have to upgrade to a pro tier. But even if you do, I've got you covered. By clicking the link down in the description, you'll be getting $50 worth of free credits if you do decide to upgrade. So with that said, click the link down in the description to be able to follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing, and then sign in with GitHub. Once you do that, you can create a new organization or just choose personal projects and apply credits if you need to. And you'll be able to apply the credits if you actually do decide to upgrade. In this case, I'll just head over to my dashboard and create a new project. Call it JSM_, and then give it a name. I'll use StoreIt. You'll have to do something else. Click Next. I'll choose Frankfurt as it's closest to me. And there we go. Our project has been created. Oh, this is pretty cool. The weekly database backups are now available. I'll choose a platform, in this case web, and we'll have to enter the name of the web app. So I'll just say StoreIt web. And for the host name, I'll just put asterisk so everything works for now. Next, Appwrite is going to guide us through the installation process. For now, you can skip these optional steps as we're going to do everything together. Let's start by copying our environment variables. I'll put my browser side by side by the editor, and I'll create a new .env.local file within which we can store our environment variables. First things first, let's create a next_public_Appwrite_project and make that equal to this ID that we just copied. Right below it, let's head over to databases, and then let's create a new database. I'll give it a name of general and create. We can also copy this ID right here by giving it a next_public_Appwrite_database and set it equal to the ID that we just copied. Within this database, we can create two different collections. Let's create a first one, which is going to be called users, and let's copy its ID as well. We can add it to our envs by saying next_public_Appwrite_users_collection is equal to this ID here. And while we're here, let's immediately add some attributes that each one of our users will have. Head over to the Attributes tab and click Create Attribute. Let's start with a string. And let me actually expand the browser and give it a key of full name. Size of 255, no need for the default, and let's make it required. Let's create another one, this time of a type email. It's going to be called email, and it'll also be required. After that, we can create a new avatar, which is going to be of a type string, and we don't have to enter the size, and we don't have to make it required. I'll just click create. Oh, but that says that we have to add it, so I'll choose the maximum number for the size. Remove the comma from here and click create. Finally, let's add another string of account ID of a size 255 and make it required. And click create. After that, go to settings, head over to permissions, click any, and make sure that all boxes are checked. This is going to give us the right permissions to be able to update the users in this collection. Now we can repeat this for another collection. So let's go back to our database and create a second collection, which is going to be called files. Once you create it, you can copy its ID and duplicate this one right here and rename it to Next Public Files Collection and paste the new ID. Once you do that, we can also add some attributes, such as a name. Each file can have its own name. Let's enter a size of 255 and make it required. After that, we have to give it a URL, and the URL will be of a type URL. So let's call it URL and make it required as well. Next, we can choose a type of the file, which is going to be of a type enum. So let's search for enum. Let's call it type, and different elements that it can have are going to be document, image, and just to create new ones, just press space or add a comma, video, and audio, and other. Make it required and click create. After that, let's add a bucket field. So this is where we're going to be storing that file. Let's choose 255 and make it required. After that, let's add another one, which is going to be a string of account ID of 255, and it'll be required. After that, let's create a relationship. So that's the last thing right here. It's going to be a two-way relationship related to the collection of users, and the relation will be many to one, which means that files can only contain one user, while users can belong to many files. The attribute key right here doesn't have to be users, it can be owner, so who owns the file. And on deleting document, set it to null, and click create. Finally, we can also keep track of the file extension, so let's say extension of size 255, don't have to make it required. Finally, we can keep track of an integer, which is going to be the size of the file. We don't have to make it required. And finally, we can share that file with some people. So let's create a new string called users. And here we'll actually create an array of users. So click create, and you can choose any kind of size. I'll enter the same max value that we have right here and click create. And I believe that's it. We just have to go to settings, head over to permissions, and choose any and tick all the boxes. That way we won't have any problems with permissions. And finally, we have to head over to storage, which is the last icon right here, and create a new bucket. Let's call it file storage. Click create, and you'll get the ID of that bucket. Once you get it, let's collapse it, and let's create a new next_public_Appwrite_bucket is equal to this ID right here. Great. And believe it or not, that's it when it comes to the Appwrite setup. Now we can focus on integrating Appwrite within our code to then store our users, data, and files. So let's do that by installing a Node Appwrite package, this one right here. It'll initialize your SDK with the Appwrite Server API endpoint and project ID that we just created, so you can very quickly perform any kind of actions or requests through SDK calls. I'll show you how that works, but first we have to install it. So let's go open up the terminal and run npm install node-appwrite-save. And this is a common problem since we're using the latest versions of Next.js. To fix it, head over to package.json and check our versions. We're using the latest versions of Next.js, but React is under RC versions. But it's still possible that some other packages might not yet work with the latest versions of React. So to fix that, we have to add a new object called overrides. And in overrides, we can specify that all packages have to use a version of React that is defined in the dependencies. And we can do that by saying $React. And we can repeat the same thing for React DOM. If you do that, let's try running the same command one more time. npm install node-appwrite. And as you can see, now it worked like a charm. Now, just so we don't have to recall these environment variables every time by their name, what we can do is create a new file in the lib folder, or rather a new folder called Appwrite, and within it, we can create a new file called config.ts. And inside of this file, we can import all the envs and then export them immediately for easier access. We can do that by saying export const appwrite config is equal to, and now here we can pass over all the links. Endpoint URL is equal to process.env.next_public_appwrite_endpoint. And we can add an exclamation mark at the end so TypeScript knows that we know that the variable exists there. So let's actually make sure that it is indeed there. We can go over to env local, and it looks like we're missing the endpoint. So let's add it by saying next_public_appwrite_endpoint, which is going to be equal to https://cloud.appwrite.io/v1. Now let's repeat the process for all of the other variables, such as project ID is process.env.next_public_appwrite_project. Next, we have a database ID equal to process.env.next_public_appwrite_database. And now that I look at it, the easier way to approach this would be just to copy all of the names. So let's copy them, paste them here and divide them by commas, and then add the proper names right here at the left side. So it can be something like users collection ID is going to correspond to the Appwrite users collection. Next, we have the files collection ID, which is going to correspond to files. And last, we have a bucket ID, which is going to correspond to the Appwrite bucket. We can also add exclamation marks at the end, so we tell TypeScript that we know that the variable is indeed here because we know that it is coming from process.env. Right below it, we can also add the final variable called secret key, which is going to be equal to process.env.nextAppwrite_key, exclamation mark. As you can see, we don't have the keyword public in front of it because this will not be publicly available on the front end, only on the backend server actions. Great. With that said, we now have this file which we can use to initialize the Appwrite node SDK. Now scroll down and head over to integrations and click API keys. Create a new API key and let's give it a name, store it. And I'll set the expiration date to never. Once you do that, you can select all scopes and click create. As soon as you do that, you'll get your secret key. So copy it and let's add it right here to our environment variables as next_appwrite_secret and make it equal to the key that you just copied. Now we are finally ready to start setting up our Appwrite config. Within the Appwrite folder in the lib folder, create a new file called index.ts. This is where we can put our setup. In our case, we'll be using Node Appwrite SDK, so we can make sure that all of our services work on the server side. To use Node Appwrite, we first have to create an Appwrite client. So let's do it by saying export const create session client is equal to an async function, inside of which we can declare our client and set it equal to new client, which we can import from Node Appwrite. And then on it, we can call a .setEndpoint, which we can set to Appwrite config, coming from config.ts, .endpoint URL, and we can call a .setProject, which we can set to Appwrite config .project ID. This client will be used to initialize instances and services like databases and accounts, ensuring that they stay connected to the same Appwrite project. There are two possible ways to create a client: create an admin client and create a session client. In this case, we're creating a session client, as you can see by the name of this function. This client will be linked to a specific user session, letting users access their data and perform actions they're allowed to. such as when logged in users can manage their own data, like view or update their profile. On the other hand, the second function, export const create admin client, which is equal to an async function, this one, on the other hand, is much more powerful. This one creates a client instance with admin level permissions to manage your entire Appwrite project. We're going to only use it on the server when we need to do things like create users, manage databases, or handle tasks that need a higher level of access. This should never be exposed to the users directly. And you might be asking, why are we going to create a new client for each request? Well, the reason is because sharing the same connection between requests can lead to security issues like exposing someone else's data or session. So always create a new client connection for each request to keep data safe and secure. Now let's continue setting up our session client by creating a new session variable equal to, in this case, I will await cookies coming from next headers. And then outside of that, I'll call a .get Appwrite-session. Next, we can check if no session, so if the session doesn't exist, or if there is no session.value, we want to simply throw a new error that's going to say no session. If there is a session, we will say client.setSession, and we'll set it as session.value. Finally, we want to return two different getters. Return get account, which will simply return a new account coming from Appwrite, to which we pass the client. And we can create one to get databases, which will return new databases, which we have to import from Appwrite. So get databases. As you can see, all of these are coming from Node Appwrite. Make sure to add a comma right here. And this is our create session client. Now we can do a very similar thing for our admin client. So what I'll do is I'll copy the entire code within create session client, and I'll paste it within create admin client. I'll keep everything the same, but I'll remove everything that has something to do with the session. And after we set the endpoint and set the project, we want to set the key that will allow us to perform admin actions, which we have under Appwrite config.secret key. Finally, we return get account, get databases, but in this case, we can also get storage, and within it, we can return a new storage to which we can pass the client. And finally, we can also do get avatars, where we can return new avatars and also pass the client. Make sure to import the avatars coming from Node Appwrite, and same thing for storage. Make sure to import it from Node Appwrite. There we go. Now we're looking good. We have functions that allow us to create admin clients and session clients that will then allow us to use all of these functionalities, which we're exposing right here. Account and databases for the session client, as well as everything else for the admin client. So with that in mind, let's create our first server action that will allow us to sign our users up. I'll head over to lib and create a new folder called actions. And within it, I'll create a new file called user.actions.ts. And here we'll focus on the create account flow. That flow will look something like this. So I'll just put it here as a comment, just so we know what we're working on. We first want to make sure that our user enters their full name and email. Then we need to check if the user already exists using the email, which we will use to identify whether we need to create a new user document or not. After that, we send the OTP, which is a one-time password, to the user's email. Step 4 is to have a secret key for creating a session. Step 5 is to create a new user document if the user is a new user. Step 6 is to return the user's account ID. And finally, verify the OTP to authenticate the login. So let's create a new server action called const create account is equal to an async function that will accept a full name and email, which we will destructure, of a type full name string and email of a type string, and we can open up a function block. That's going to look something like this. Now, I just remembered that we have to call this on the server side. which means that we have to give this function a use server directive, just like this, to make sure that this code never gets run on the client, because otherwise we might expose our secret key. In the same way, another file that should never be exposed is our index.ts within the lib folder. Here, we also have to make this a use server only file. So good thing that I remembered to do that. Now let's create this create account function, or server action, should I say. First things first, we want to get access to the potentially existing user by saying const existing user is equal to await get user by email, to which we pass our email. Now, this get user by email function is something that I will teach you how to create. It'll be a helper function, which we can create just above the create account. Const get user by email, which accepts one parameter of email of a type string, and let's turn it into a functional component. And within it, we can get access to the databases by saying equal await create admin client. Okay, so we want to get access to the admin client permissions over the database, and we have to make it async because we're using await here. Below it, we'll say const result is equal to await databases dot list documents, and specifically we need to tell it which documents we want to get. So we'll get the documents from the database with the ID of Appwrite config database ID, and from the user collection, which we can get by saying Appwrite config that user collection ID, and we have to write a query, which is something like query coming from Appwrite dot equal email is the email we're searching for, and I think we need to put it within an array. Once we do that, if we have the result, we can then say if result dot total is greater than 0, then we can return the result dot documents 0, else we can return null because we cannot find a user. And now within create account, we have this nice helper function allowing us to fetch the existing user. Now, if we have an existing user, we can then get its account ID by saying const account ID is equal to await send email OTP to this specific email. Once again, this is another function that we have to create. Const send email OTP, one-time password, which is an async function that accepts an email. And that's going to be an email of a type string. And here we can once again get access to the account functionalities by calling it from the create admin client. We can open up a try and catch block that's going to look something like this. In the catch, we get the error. And in the try, we can try to get access to the session by saying const session is equal to await account dot create email token. To it, we can pass a unique user ID by saying ID dot unique, and this is coming from Appwrite. And the second parameter is the email we want to connect it with. That's going to give us access to the session, so we can return the session.user ID. And in the catch, we can simply handle that error. So instead of simply console logging it, I'll actually create another helper function, const handle error, where we have access to the error of a type unknown, and we have a second parameter of message of a type string. And here we can simply console.log the error and the message, and I can simply throw that error. So now we can call this handle error function and simply pass the error to it, and then some kind of a meaningful message like failed to send email OTP. And don't forget to import this ID coming from Appwrite, specifically Node Appwrite. So let's get it right here, query and ID coming from Node Appwrite. And I think I can remove this comment right now because you know what we're doing. I'll repeat it one more time. We're trying to get the user by email. Then we will send it a new OTP verification to make sure that the user who entered that email is actually the user under that email. After that, we will get its account ID and we'll make a check. If there is no account ID, we're going to simply throw a new error, failed to send an OTP. And finally, we have to have a case where there is no existing user. We can get access to the databases functionality because we'll have to create a new document in the database. So we can say await databases.create document. First, we have to say where in which database we want to create it. So that's Appwrite config.id. Then we have to say to which collection we want to add it to. That's going to be the user collection ID. Then we have to give the ID of this new document we want to create. That's ID unique. And then we have to pass the actual data, which is going to be the full name. It'll be email. It'll contain an avatar, which is going to be just a random placeholder avatar logo. So if you search for avatar image, we can find a random placeholder one. Yeah, I think something like this will be good. So I will simply copy its image address and I'll paste it right here as a string. And finally, after avatar, we want to make sure to give this user an account ID. Finally, we can go below this create document and below this if, where we're checking for the existing user, and we can return parse stringify, and then to it, we can pass an object containing the account ID of this new user. But what even is this parse stringify? Well, this is going to be a simple utility function, which we can create in the utils file. It's going to look something like this. Export const parse stringify, which is going to accept a value of an object. For now, I'll set it to unknown, and it's going to return json.parse of json.stringify of that value. Whenever passing large payloads through server actions, we first have to stringify and then parse that value. So that's the reason why we're doing this. And we'll be doing that many times. So instead of simply saying JSON parse JSON stringify every time, we can use this function, parse stringify, which we can now import from utils. Great. And that is our create account server action. Oh, I just noticed one thing. I misspelled existing. You can see even WebStorm is pointing this to me. Typo in Word existing. And now it's giving me a couple of options to rename it to existing. There we go. That's much better. Now let's export this create account function so we can use it within our form. I'll head over to authform.tsx and remember where we left off, right here under the on submit. So here, once we start submitting, we want to set is loading to be true because we're doing some action. And then we want to try to create a new user by saying const user is equal to create account, which is now coming from our server actions. And to it, we have to pass the full name and email. Full name will be equal to values.fullname and email will be equal to values.email. If we don't have a full name, we can just set it as an empty string, which is going to be the case when we're trying to log in. So we can set it as empty string right here. Now let's create a new use state snippet and I'll call it account ID and set account ID at the start equal to null. And right where we have the user, we can call set account ID and set it to user.account ID. But we only want to perform this if we're on the sign up functionality. So let's actually open up a new try and catch block. And in the try, I'll call this functionality that I just added. And in the catch, I'll simply set an error message to something like failed to create an account, please try again. And we can also have a finally, in which case we're going to simply stop the loading no matter what happened. So we can say set is loading to false. And as soon as we start submitting, we can reset the error messages. So the error message is an empty string. Now in this case, it looks like it's saying that user.accountID does not exist on type promise, which means that we have to await the functionality of create account. So let's add the await keyword right here. And this should be enough for us to test the process of creating an account. So let me enter my name right here and let me enter my email and I'll click sign up. There we go, we saw loading. And even though it appears like nothing happened, I believe the request has been sent. And would you look at that? Hello, enter the following verification code to securely sign in to JSM Store It account, 330792. But now a better question is, where the heck will we enter that password? We don't have an OTP modal. This is the thing I'm talking about. So in the next lesson, let's focus on creating this modal so we can finally perform a first action that would connect our UI, the front end, with the server side, allowing us to create an account. To get started creating our OTP modal, let's head over to Components. And within it, let's create a new file called OTP Modal.tsx. While you're in there, run rafce to quickly spin up a new React functional component. And let's import it just so we can see it. But the better question is, where are we going to use this OTP modal? Well, it only has to be used on the sign up page. And specifically, the sign up page itself refers to the auth form. So we're going to put it right here at the bottom of the auth form. I think we have already left a comment for ourselves right here. Specifically, we'll only do it if an account ID exists. So if account ID exists, that means that the user has tried to verify themselves, and then we can show an OTP modal. So let's render it properly. OTP modal coming from components modal. And to it, we can pass the email coming from form.getValues. And I'll pass the email. And finally, the account ID is equal to account ID. We'll use these props within the OTP modal to make sure to verify our user properly. So now we don't have any kind of an OTP right here because the account ID is set to false. But for the time being, just so we can see what we're developing, I'll render this if it's true, so the OTP modal appears on the bottom. Of course, right now, the OTP modal is not a modal quite yet. It is just a piece of text, but the goal for this lesson is to turn it into a modal. And to do that, we'll use ShadCN's alert dialog that when you click it, it'll show some kind of a modal. So with that in mind, we can follow the installation by heading over to our terminal and then pasting npx ShadCN at latest, add alert dialog, and you can just press enter to use force. And now we can copy its usage. So right here at the top, we have the imports. And then right within the JSX, I can actually render the alert dialog. And that's it. That's how you create a dialog. Can we see it in action? Well, click open, and there we go. It's super easy to do things with ShadCN. But it's going to be even easier because we're going to pair this modal with an input OTP, accessible one-time password component with copy and paste functionality. So now you can simply type in your keyword and that's it. To install it, we can once again just run a command. And I just noticed that we didn't continue with the rest of the questions ShadCN asked me. So I'm just going to press Y for yes. And I'll run npx ShadCN add latest, add input OTP. Again, we'll have to answer two of the same questions. It's quite likely that by the time you're watching this video, you won't even have to do that. But now, as you can see right here, for this to work, we have to add some things to our Tailwind config. So if we head over to our Tailwind config and search for keyframes, you can see that I already added this beforehand. So we should be good. And after that, we can just import it and use it. So let's do just that. Right at the top, I'll copy all of the imports. And right here, I'll copy the input OTP. So where are we going to use it? Well, we're going to use it below the alert dialog header. So here, the alert dialog header ends, and then right here above the alert dialog footer. So I'll simply paste what I copied, and that's it. If I go back, you can see something that looks like an OTP modal. Of course, we're going to style it further and make it look so much better. So let's do that. Starting from the top, we have the alert dialog, but in this case, I want to manually manage its state by creating a new use state field. So I'll say use state, and I'll call it is open, set is open, at the start set to true, because once we have the account ID, we want to make sure that it is already visible. Next, we have another state, which is going to be the value of the one-time password. So I'll call it password, set password, at the start set to an empty string. And finally, we have the loading state. So I'll create a new use state field with is loading, set is loading at the start set to false. Of course, a form wouldn't be a form if we didn't have a submit handler. So I'll say const handle submit is equal to an async function that accepts an event, which is going to be of a type react.mouse event, specifically an event on an HTML button element, just like this. And make sure to import React from React. And then at the start, we can prevent the default because you already know the default behavior of the form. When you submit it, it reloads. We don't want to do that. Next, we want to set its loading value to true. And then we want to open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we have an error where we simply want to console.log the error. Or we can do something like, failed to verify OTP. There we go. At the end, we'll set is loading to false. Whatever happened, we are no longer performing any kind of OTP action. And in the try, this is where the magic happens. This is where we want to call an API to verify the OTP. So we'll do this very soon, just after we complete the UI that would actually allow us to do so. And also, you know how some users might not do it on time when they get the first email. So we're going to also create a function that would handle resend OTP. So in that case, if they don't manage to do it on time, or if the first email is for whatever reason not there, in that case, we can just resend the email. So I'll just say call API to resend OTP. Great. And now we can focus on the UI. On this alert dialog, we can pass the open state, which is going to be equal to is open. And on open change will be set to set is open. That's going to make it always open because is open is always true. Next, in this case, we don't need the alert dialog trigger here. It'll be triggered programmatically once the user clicks the submit button. After that, we have the alert dialog content with a class name of shad alert dialog. Next, we have alert dialog header with a class name of relative, flex, and justify -center. Next, there's an alert dialog title, to which I'll give a class name of h2 and text-center. And we're going to say something like enter your OTP, one-time password. Below the text, we can also render an image. And this image will have a source of /assets, /icons, /close-dark.svg with an alt tag of close, a width of about 20, a height of about 20, an on-click of set is open to false, so we want to close the modal, and a class name equal to OTP close button. If I save this, you can see a little close button at the top right, which would close the form. Next, let's mess with the description a bit by giving it a class name equal to subtitle-2, text-center, and text-light 100. And here we can say something like, we've sent a code to, we can open up a span, and then say email. And this email, of course, is coming from props because we have passed them into our OTP modal from the AuthForm component. So let's destructure them. I'll get the account ID as well as the email. And these will be of a type. Account ID is of a type string. And email is of a type string as well. Okay, that is great. Now we can say we've sent a code to, and in this case, we actually cannot see an email. That's because we're still testing the modal. Typically, you would never see the modal as soon as you open the sign up page at the moment when the user hasn't yet entered their email. But in this case, we can see it because we're testing it. But later on, the email will always be there as it'll be picked up from the form. So we're okay here. Also, we can escape the apostrophe sign right here by using this combination of letters. And for this span, let's give it a class name of padding left of 1 to divide it a bit from the left, and text-brand. Just to show you how that would look like, it's something like contact@jsmastery.pro. There we go. That's going to be very nice. For now, I'm going to leave it dynamic, so once the user is actually filling it out, we can nicely show it. Next, we have the input OTP with a max length of 6, with the value of password, and then on change, we simply want to call set password. we have an input OTP group to which I'll give a class name of shad-OTP, and then I will remove the second group and the separator because we want to show all 6 in the single group, just like this. Now, as you can see, that's gonna kind of separate them a bit, but we want to make them appear more together. So I'll hold the Alt key on my keyboard and select these different lines, and then I can type the same thing in all 6 lines, such as a class name of shad-OTP-slot. And if I save it, you can see that now they have gotten a look that is more on brand and better matches our design. This is beautiful. And again, the fact that we can just use shadcn here to develop these very nice and very functional looking components for something that would typically take us hours to develop is just out of this world. So yeah, just wanted to say that. Now we can go to the alert dialog footer, and within it, we can create a new div that'll have a class name equal to flex w-full flex-call and a gap of 4. Within it, we can render an alert dialog action, which is this one right here. And I'll give it an onClick property, which is going to call the handle submit functionality. And it'll have a class name of shad-submit-btn with an h of 12. And a type is equal to button. If we do that, now you can see a nice continue. And in this case, we don't even need the cancel because we already have the close on the top. There we go. It can say something like submit, and within it, we can render a self-closing Next.js image with a source of /assets /icons /loader.svg with an alt tag of loader, a width of 24, a height of 24, and a class name equal to margin left of 2 to divide it a bit from the submit text, and animate-spin. And we can save it. And now we can see the spinning thing, but we'll only show this when it's loading. So we can say is loading, and if that is the case, only then do we display this image. Finally, for clumsy users that didn't get the first email or it ended up in spam, we can go below the alert dialog action and create another div. And this div will say something like didn't get a code ? We can create a new button that'll have a type equal to button, a variant equal to link, a class name equal to padding left of 1 and text-brand, and finally an onClick property of handle resend OTP. And then we can say something like click to resend. Of course, we have to import the button from /components, and we can escape the apostrophe character right here by using this keyword. Also, we don't have to call this function immediately. We can just make it a function declaration. Okay, this is looking good, but let's style it a bit better by giving this div a class name equal to subtitle-2, margin top of 2, text-center, and text-light-100. And if I save it, this is looking much, much better. We have a beautiful OTP modal that looks great on mobile, but also looks great on desktop. I would dare to say even better. So with that in mind, we are ready to submit our OTP form to actually try to verify the action on the server, okay? So let's implement the handle submit functionality, inside of which we have to call the verify secret server action. So let's create it under actions, user actions, and below all of these, send email OTP and everything, we're going to create a new one, export const verify secret, which is going to be equal to an async function that accepts an account ID and the password. And we have to define the types. Account ID is of a type string, and the password is of a type string as well. And finally, we can open up a function block right here and get access to Appwrite account functionalities by saying const account is equal to await create admin client, which we can call like this. As a matter of fact, let's put this into a try and catch block. just to make sure that something doesn't go wrong. So this will go into the try. And in the catch, we can have a catch where we call a handle error failed to verify OTP. So once we do have the client, we want to generate a new session for that client by saying const session is equal to await account.create session. And to it, we can pass the account ID and the password. Finally, we want to set that session to a cookie. So we can say await cookies coming from Next.js, which we can call .set. And we want to set an Appwrite dash session to session.secret. And we want to pass additional options, such as a path of / HTTP only set to true, same site set to strict, and finally secure set to true. These are all some precautions we have to make when generating a session and setting it to cookies. Finally, we can return parse stringify, and then we want to simply pass an object with this session ID being equal to session.$ID. There we go. So now we have a function called verify secret, which we can call within our OTP modal. We can do that by saying const session ID is equal to await verify secret, to which we can pass an object containing the account ID and the password. Once we have it, we can check if session ID exists, and if it does, we can use the Next.js's router functionality by declaring it above. Const router is equal to use router, coming from next navigation, not next router. Be careful about that. And we can simply say if session ID router dot push, where do we want to push? To /, meaning just go to the home page. And let's properly spell the router. And let's make sure we're properly mounting it. Const router is equal to use router. And as you can see, we have an error. Next router was not mounted properly, which is not really a descriptive error enough, but it's enough for me to notice that I forgot to pass a use client at the top. Considering that we're using forms and hooks and routers and more, it has to be a use client component. I'll also remove these unused variables or imports coming from chatcn. I'll check my import. So that's import use router coming from next. Oh, it looks like it imported it from router after all. And I said to import it from navigation. There we go. We fixed it now. And we are ready to verify the session and navigate to the home page. And while we're here, before we try it out, let's also implement the handle resend OTP. If we go to user actions, I think we had something similar. We had send email OTP. Yep, it's right here. So we can just use it. Let's go back to the OTP and let's say await send email OTP. And to it, I think we just need to pass an object containing the email. And let's make sure to properly import it. OTP. Oh, it looks like it doesn't want to import it. It should be coming from user actions. So I'll just put it here. Oh, but it looks like we didn't export it. So if I go back to user actions, we have to say export const send email OTP. Before we were using it just in the create account to immediately send it. But if somebody wants us to resend it, then we have to run export and then import it from here and use it there. So with that in mind, let's actually give it a go. I'll go here and I'll say something like Adrian JS Mastery, and I'll enter my email, contact@jsmastery.pro, and click sign up. Immediately after that, it looks like something has happened, but the OTP modal didn't pop up. Let's see why is that. If I head over to the auth form, that's because we are currently setting the auth form always to be true, but we should only activate it once the account ID is actually clicked. And the account ID actually gets updated right here on the create account. So if I try it one more time, you'll still notice that it fails. So let me actually expand this and open up the inspect element and the console and click it again. And you'll see we don't really get anything right here. We do get a 200 from in our network tab, but other than that, not much more is happening. It might be because I tried to use this email before. So let me reload the page. And I'll try it once again. And click sign up. There we go. Now it appears. Since we made the change in the auth form right here where I specified account ID, I actually had to reload the browser because the change was on the client side. Now go to your email, and you should see a couple of emails because I clicked a few times, but you should go for the latest one right here, which is this one. I will copy it, and you can manually type it, but what you can do is just paste it. So I'll paste it and click submit. And there we go. We got redirected to the /route or the homepage. And what does that mean? Well, if you check the OTP modal, we would only get there if we don't fail the try block, so we didn't get this error, and only if the session ID exists. So that means that we have successfully generated a user session. And if you head over to inspect and go to application and go to cookies, localhost, you should notice the Appwrite session right here. But I noticed something that is not quite good. The value of that session actually seems to be empty. Interesting. So this is definitely something that we need to further investigate. But for the time being, since we don't even have the logout option, we cannot go back to test out the login. We can only do that manually by changing the URL. But I think now is the right time to develop the layout of our actual application. And that includes the navigation bar, as well as this beautiful sidebar with different links. And at the bottom, we have more info about the user. So when we try to fetch that, we'll see if the session has indeed been created or not. And then also at the top right, we have a logout button so we can continue testing the auth. But for the time being, let's focus on the homepage layout. To get started with creating our layout, we'll follow a similar process like we did for our authentication routes. Remember how we had a route group within which we had the layout and then the two pages that share that layout? We'll do the same thing for the home pages. So let's create a new route group, which is going to be a folder whose name starts with parentheses, which is root for the route group. And within it, we can create a new layout.tsx file. This layout will be a React functional component. And as with any layout, it'll accept children, which will be of a type React node. It'll render a single main tag since we're showing all the main content within it with a class name equal to flex and h-screen. And then within it, we will render a sidebar. Below the sidebar, we'll render a section that'll have a class name equal to flex, h-full, flex-1, and flex-call. Inside of which we'll render the mobile navigation, as well as a header. And finally, within it, we'll have a div with a class name equal to main-content, inside of which we'll render the children. If I save this, you'll notice that the look and feel of our primary homepage didn't change. That's because we have to move this page right here from the app folder to the root folder. If you do that and reload, you'll notice that now it'll have space for the sidebar, as well as the mobile navigation in the header, and the content will appear right here in the middle. Now let's create these components, the sidebar, the mobile navigation, and the header. We can do that by creating all of these as new files within the components folder. First one called sidebar.tsx, within which I can run rafce. The second one can be called mobile navigation.tsx, inside of which we can run rafce. And finally, the third one can be called header.tsx, inside of which we can run rafce. Now we can import and use all of these three components, such as sidebar, which we can import from components sidebar. Next, we can get the mobile navigation. So let's make sure to import it properly as well. And finally, we can render the header, which is going to be another self-closing component, which we're going to import from components header. There we go. You can see everything is still working exactly as it did before. So what do you say that we start with the header, since it's going to be most prominent right here at the top? Let's dive into the header component and let's start implementing it by turning it into an HTML5 semantic header tag with a class name equal to header. Within it, we can render just a keyword that says search. Later on, we'll implement a real global search out of this That's going to be quite an exciting lesson, so stay tuned, because it'll allow us to search across all the files, all the pages, all the content in our database. Below it, we'll have a div with a class name equal to header-wrapper, and within it, we can render our file uploader component. More on that soon. This will be a button that allows us to upload the files, and within it, we can have a form. This form will render a button. This button will be of a type is equal to submit, and a class name equal to sign out button. And now within that button, we can render an image. And this image will have a source of /assets, /icons, /logout.svg with an alt tag of logo, a width of 24, a height of 24, and a class name of W-6. If I save it, it's almost as if we cannot see this header appear anyway, because we're on mobile, right? So we can only see the mobile navigation. But if we expand a bit, you can start seeing the header on tablet or desktop devices. So now we have the search, the file uploader, and the logout button. While we're here, we can also create what are soon going to become the components for search and file upload in the similar fashion we created these three. So I'll create a new component called search.tsx, run rafce, and I'll do the same thing with the file uploader by creating a new file uploader.tsx file, inside of which we can run rafce. So now we can simply import and render both of these components, the search coming from components search, and the file uploader coming from components search as well. Nothing has changed, but now we can dive into these components and implement them one by one. But with that in mind, we now have something that at least looks like the final layout. Well, maybe not yet. After we implement the sidebar and the mobile nav, it'll look a bit better, but at least it resembles the UI that we'll soon have. So to make it look much nicer, let's implement the sidebar. For the sidebar, we'll have to keep it at least a tablet width, which is going to look something like this. And as a matter of fact, since the sidebar is on the left side, I'm going to switch the position of my code editor and the browser. That way we can see it while we're implementing it. So let me head over to the sidebar component, and let's implement it by using an HTML5 semantic aside tag, which means that this is going to be a side navbar. And we can give it a class name equal to sidebar. Within it, let's render a link coming from next link with an href of /, meaning pointing just to home. And within that link, we can render an image that's going to be a Next.js image tag with the source of /assets, /icons, /logo-full-brand.svg with an alt tag of logo, and we'll have to give it a width of about 160 and height of about 50, with a class name of typically hidden with an auto height, so h-auto, and it'll be visible on larger devices, so LG block. Once we do that, you can see we cannot see it yet because we're not on a large device, but if I expand a bit more to get to the large screen, you can see it's right here. Great, so I can extend my code editor because the only thing we care about is the sidebar for now, which we can visually see because it's on the left side. But below this image, I'll render another image, and this one will be logo, but for smaller screen sizes. So we can see source is equal to /assets, /icons, /logo-brand.svg with an alt tag of logo, a width of 52, a height of 52, and a class name of LG hidden. So we're doing the exact opposite as before. So now if I go here and collapse it, you can see this smaller one right here. Looking great. Now let's create a navbar right here below the link. That's going to be a nav tag with a class name equal to sidebar-nav. And within it, I'll display a UL, an unordered list. It's going to have a class name equal to flex. And I have to properly spell the class name here. It's going to have a flex-1, flex-col, and a gap of 6. Within it, we need to display our nav items. Now, we could manually create an array here and then create a couple of objects where we have name and then we have a path, but this would simply clutter our view because we would have to have all of the objects right here. What I prefer to do instead is to create a constants file that looks something like this. You can create a new constants folder right here in the root of our directory, and within it, you can create a new index.ts file. And there, we can define all of the things that we might use across some places, like export const nav items is equal to an array where we have the name of each link, such as in this case, dashboard. Each link also could have maybe an icon, which in the dashboard case will be assets, icons, dashboard.svg, and it also needs to have a URL to which it will point to, which is just going to be / because our home is our dashboard. And that looks something like this. So now you need to duplicate it and create it for all other pages, such as documents, images, media, and others. So we can display the different links right here. Of course, I'm referring to the links from the design, documents, images, media, and others. Feel free to take the time to write some of these routes, icons, and names, but just to save you some time, in the description down below, you can find the GitHub README where you can find the code snippets, and one of them will be the constants index.ts file. So here, I just provide you with all the links, no logic here, just some code that's easily copyable. Great. So once you have it, we can use it within the sidebar to map over it. So let's say nav items coming from constants dot map, where we get each individual item. And for each one, we want to open up a code block and then figure out whether it's active or not. So we can say it's active if path name is triple equal to the item.url. And this path name refers to the path name we're currently on. And to figure that out, we have to use the use path name functionality from Next.js by saying const path name is equal to use path name coming from Next. Once we do that, we can now compare it, and we have to turn it into a client component because we have used a hook. And sidebar should be client anyway because we'll use redirects and actually route people to different links. So now that we know which link is active, we can actually return a link. So we can say return a link component, which of course has to be imported from Next. And we can give it an href equal to item.url. And as a matter of fact, let's actually destructure those properties like the URL and so on from the item. So we have the URL, we have the name, and we have the icon. So now instead of saying path name is equal to item.url, we can just say URL. Same thing here for URL. And active is actually pretty short, so we can just use this equation instead of setting it to a new variable, which would allow us to just have an immediate return of a link, just by wrapping it in a parenthesis instead of in a function block. So that's how immediate returns work. Next, within this link, we can render an li that'll render an image with a source of icon, an alt tag of name, a width of 24, a height of 24, and that's it. And below it, we can render a p tag that'll render the name. If I save this, you can see something that resembles our URL structure. Let's give each link a key since we're mapping over them, and a key will simply be the name since each name is different. Let's also give it a class name on large devices, wfull. Let's also style the li by giving it a class name equal to. We can use the cn property from shadcn, and within it, we can give it a sidebar -nav -item. And then as the second parameter, we can say only if path name is equal to URL. In that case, give it a shad active class. Let's properly name this path name, and let's specify an end sign here. So only if this is true, which we have to wrap in parentheses right now, then give it a shad active. And now you can see this is looking a bit better. Let's also style the image by giving it a class name equal to. We'll once again use the cn right here, and every image will have a nav icon property, but only if path name is triple equal to URL. Then we'll also give it a nav icon active. And let's properly spell class name here. And now you can see that it turns white when it's active, but it's gray otherwise. Let's also style the p tag by giving it a class name of typically hidden, but on large devices, block, meaning visible. So check this out. If we're on desktop devices, we have enough space for the sidebar, but if we collapse it to tablet, check this out. So nicely collapses. And this is the homepage, the dashboard. We have the files, images, videos, and others. Everything makes so much sense. Beautiful. Now let's head below this UL and below the nav, and let's create a new image. This image will have a source of /assets /images /files-2.png. For the alt tag, let's say logo. For the width, let's do 506. For the height, let's do 418. And let's give it a class name of w-full. And we can close it right here. This is just a nice looking files icon. And it's going to create some separation to show our user details. So just below the image, let's render a div with a class name equal to sidebar-user-info. Within it, render an image with a source of, and we can use the same placeholder image that we already used once. I'll try searching for it by searching for placeholder. No, maybe it was avatar. Yep, this one from Pixabay. Since it's a long name, I can actually put it into constants. So go ahead and copy it. Head over to the constants folder and index.ts. And let's just create this new const avatar placeholder URL and make it equal to this one right here. And don't forget to export it. And now I can use the same one right here in user actions, avatar placeholder URL, and we can use it in the sidebar. That's going to be source avatar placeholder URL. The alt tag will be avatar. The width will be 44. The height will be 44. And a class name will be sidebar user avatar. I've decided to use static avatars right here because this app is not really user-based like social media applications where you have to change your avatar every now and then. Here, what we care about the most is what's inside of our account, which are the files we upload. Now, you'll notice that our app will break saying that cdn.pixabay.com or whatever other source of the image you chose will not be accessible right here. So you have to head over to next.config.ts and you'll have to specify images, remote patterns, and within it, provide an array of an object where you specify a protocol of HTTPS, and then below it, you provide a host name of cdn.pixabay.com. And later on, once we want to read additional images, we'll also need to add Appwrite. So let's do it right now. Protocol HTTPS and cloud.appwrite.io. Now, if we reload, you can see that now we can see the image and we have a placeholder icon right here. I might actually decide to change it later on because this one looks a bit too default, but that's okay for now. What I care about much more though is going to be the user details. So let's create a div that'll typically be hidden. So it'll have a class name of hidden, but on large devices, it'll be visible. So it'll have a class name of LG block. Within it, we can display a p tag with a class name of subtitle -2 and capitalize. And we can render the full name. But the question is, where's this full name coming from? And I mean, same thing goes for the email. So if we render a p with a class name of caption and try to render the email, we don't yet have access to these things. Remember what I said before? These need to come from the session. So where are we going to get access to this session? I don't want to get access to it right here within the sidebar because we'll have to use it in other places too. So let's head to the central place where we'll need to use it. And that's going to be in the layout root because this place supplies both the sidebar, the mobile nav, the header, as well as all the other pages. So here we have to try fetching the current user, but we can only fetch it if we create a server action that allows us to do so. So for now, our app is broken, I know, But let's head over to user.actions.ts, and below verify secret, we can create a new function that will allow us to fetch the current user. So let's say export const get current user is equal to an async function. We have to get access to databases as well as the account, which is equal to await create session client. Then we want to get the result by saying const result is equal to await account.get. And then we want to extract the user from the database by saying const user is equal to await databases dot list documents. And here we have to specify from which database we want to get it, from which collection we want to get it, and what is the query to fetch it. So conveniently enough, my code editor autofilled it for me. First, we want to provide it the Appwrite config.database ID. Then we want to provide it the user collection ID. And finally, we want to write a query where we are looking for a result $ID that matches the account.id. And this doesn't have to be in an array. It can just be like this. That should give us access to the user. And then we can check if a user exists, or if user.total is lower than or equal to 0, then we can return null, but else we can return parse stringify user.documents 0, which should bring us back the currently active user. So now we can use this server action right within our layout by saying const current user is equal to await get current user. And don't forget to make this function async since we're using await. And also, if there is no current user, in that case, we can return a redirect coming from next navigation, and we want to point the user to /sign-in. Make sure that this redirect is coming from next navigation and not whatever it imported right here. So I'm going to say redirect. So I'll import it by saying import redirect from next navigation. There we go. And now we can reload and see what's happening. On the server, we are getting server error no session. And this is coming from create session client. So that's in the user.actions.ts, specifically from the create session client. That's this function right here that is saying that right now we don't have the Appwrite session created, which is exactly what I assumed when I checked the cookies, because we saw that the cookie value wasn't actually added. So let me head back over to sign up functionality right here in the sign up page, and we'll have to head over to the auth form. In the auth form, when we're creating a user, we're calling this server action, and that server action creates an admin client. And to set up the admin client, we're using these specific envs. So let's check if we set them up right. We have the endpoint URL, which points to Appwrite endpoint, project ID, which points to Appwrite project, and I believe we used a secret key, which points to Appwrite key. So now I have to compare them with our envs, which I'll do side by side. Starting with the endpoint URL, we call it next public Appwrite endpoint. That's correct. Next, we have the Appwrite project. And finally, it looks like I misspelled the secret key. Here I called it Appwrite key, and here I'm calling it Appwrite secret. So let me actually fix it by renaming my env to say next Appwrite key. There we go. So now this env should be good, and we should actually successfully be creating a session. I'll go to inspect element and go to the application tab, and I will completely clear the cookies, as well as the local storage and the session storage. Then I'll head over to sign-up and make sure to delete all the existing users by heading over to auth and then clicking on them, heading all the way down and then deleting them, just to make sure that we have a clean and empty slate. There we go. Now that that is deleted, let's also clear up our database by heading over to databases and then users, and simply select all three of these users and simply delete them. Now we can try creating a new user. I'll call it Adrian JS Mastery, and I'll use my contact at jsmastery.pro email, and I'll click sign up. There we go. An OTP has been sent. I'll make sure to copy it, and I'll paste it right here and click submit. Immediately, we are redirected back to localhost, which is a good sign, but right now we're not getting that session not found error. Right now, we are exactly where we left off in the sidebar. Remember, if I head back over here, we were trying to console log two different things, the full name and the email, even though we knew that we have to extract them from somewhere. So this entire time, we have been trying to log our user in and get the active session so that we can extract the full name and the email from the session. Our sidebar is being called within the root layout. So let's head over to root layout, which is this one right here. And remember, here we're trying to access the current user by calling this server action, which should give us all the information about the currently active user. And then once we get it, we are ready to pass it over to the sidebar. So let's do just that by passing the full name is equal to current user dot full name. Let's also pass the avatar image equal to current user dot avatar. And now that I think about it, we're just simply saying full name is equal to something that same thing. Same thing here. So instead of doing that, let's simply spread the entire current user, which is going to look something like this: object dot 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 current user. Now we can head into the sidebar and we can accept all of these props we're passing in, such as a full name. We can also get the avatar and we can get the email. And those can be of a type props, which we can define right here. Interface props is equal to full name is of a type string, avatar is of a type string, and email is of a type string as well. And now, as you can see, we're back here and we're successfully rendering the full name and the email right there. And while we're here, we can also render the user avatar by simply rendering the avatar. It's not like anything will change because we're still using this demo placeholder avatar, which we can later on switch with some kind of a more interesting avatar image. But again, just check this out. Now we are successfully logged in. We know which user is logged in, and we have a left sidebar that will soon allow us to navigate to other pages. Soon enough, we'll also head back over to complete our header with its search, file uploader, and the functionality for the logout button, which so far hasn't been implemented yet. But next, let's focus on the mobile navigation. What happens if I collapse my screen to a mobile size? Well, as you can see, we have no space left for the left sidebar. So that means that I can head over to the mobile navigation component and I can collapse it a bit just so we can see our browser. So let's implement the mobile navigation next. To develop our mobile navbar, we'll need to use another ShadCN component, specifically a ShadCN sheet, which is a dialog component that extends to complement the main content of the screen, something that looks like this. So let's go ahead and install it by running this command in our terminal: npx ShadCN add latest add sheet. Press Y and install all the dependencies. Let's copy its usage right here at the top, and let's copy the rendering part. I'll simply first wrap it in a header. So let's create a header component. Within it, I'll create an image coming from next image with a source of /assets /icons /logo-full-brand.svg with an alt tag of logo, a width of 120, a height of 52, and a class name equal to h-auto. And right below it, we can render the sheet that we just copied. So let me save it and check this out. Now we have a logo that says open, and then it opens up right here. Looking great. Let's also give this header a class name equal to mobile-header. That's going to position the logo on the left side and the open button on the right side. And now we can focus on working with this sheet. First of all, I'll create a new use state field. I'll call it open and set open at the start set to false. Since we'll also have navigation items within it, we also need to know the path name. So I'll say const path name is equal to use path name. And of course, we need to import it from next navigation. Now moving down to the sheet, we can pass it different props, such as open is equal to open, and on open change is equal to set open. So that's going to modify this state variable. Sheet trigger is not going to simply say open. Rather, it'll be an image that's going to have a source of /assets /icons /menu.svg with an alt tag of search, a width of 30, and a height of 30. If you save that, we have to properly import the use path name right here at the top. Or should I say we have properly imported it, but instead we have to turn it into a use client. So let's use client, and we're good. And now we can see that this looks much better than a text that says open. We have an actual burger menu right here. Right below the sheet trigger, let's style the sheet content by giving it a class name equal to shad-sheet h-screen and padding x of 3. Next, we can remove the sheet header. We don't need it in this case, but within our sheet title, I'll create a new div that'll have a class name equal to header-user, and I'll render an image with a source of avatar, an alt tag of avatar, a width of 44, a height of 44, and a class name equal to header-user-avatar. Of course, we're not yet passing this avatar into here, and we're also not passing the full name and everything else that we need from our user. So let's go ahead and pass it. Remember, we're calling this right from the root layout, same way in which we're calling the sidebar. So let's simply spread all the information about the current user into the mobile navigation as well. Next, we can simply destructure all of those fields by getting the owner ID. I believe we have access to that. Account ID, full name, avatar, and email. And this is going to be equal to props. And now we can define those props right here by saying interface props. And we're going to have an owner ID of a type string, meaning who owns a specific file, an account ID of string, full name, avatar, and email, all strings. So now, if you open it up, you can see an actual avatar image. And if we go down, right below the avatar, we can render a div. And this div will have a class name of, on small devices, this will be hidden, but on large devices, it'll be block, meaning shown. Within it, we can render a p tag that'll render the full name, and we can also give it a class name equal to subtitle-2 and capitalize. There we go. This is looking great. And right below it, we can also render another p tag that'll have a class name equal to caption, and it'll render the email. So if I fix this and save it, this is looking great. Now we can go 2 divs down and we can install a ShadCN separator component. So that's simply separator. I think this is the simplest component to use. You just simply say separator, import it from components UI separator, and save it. You can also give it a class name of margin bottom of 4 and BG light 200 over 20. And as you can see, this created some separation from the top content and the content below. Now we can exit the sheet title, and right below it, we can delete this entire sheet description, and I'll create a nav. That stands for navigation bar. That'll have a class name equal to mobile-nav. And within it, we can create a new UL, an unordered list, that'll have a class name equal to mobile-nav-list. And within it, we can map over our nav items. So let's say nav items coming from constants. Remember, this is a list of different URLs that we have within our application that we have created earlier. And now we can map over them almost in the same exact way of how we have done it in the navigation bar. So if I open up the sidebar, we can copy this part where we have nav items.map. So let me copy it. And now I'll paste it right here. There we go. Of course, it'll require some fixes because we're doing mobile here instead of desktop. First, we have an href with a name URL and LGW full. Then we have a list item with mobile nav items. So let's fix this CN class. There we go. That's going to change the layout. Then we have the image where it says nav icon and nav icon active. This is looking good to me. And finally, we have a p tag, which is not going to be hidden in this case, because even though we're on mobile, we have enough space to show it. So this is looking great to me. Now we can head down right here below this nav and create another separator. We'll do it exactly as we have done the last one with a class name of margin y of 5 to create some space on top and bottom, and bg light of 200/20. Now we can create another div right below the separator that'll have a class name equal to flex dash call, justify dash between, a gap of 5, and a padding bottom of 5. And within it, we will render a file uploader. So soon enough, we'll be able to upload the files from here. And right below it, we're going to have a button to sign out. Since this one is similar to the one in the header, I will simply go ahead and copy this button, go back here, and render it right below the file uploader. Button type submit with a class name of mobile sign out button. It'll have an on click, which soon enough we'll be able to use the real logout functionality. For now, I'll make it an empty callback function, and it'll have an icon that's going to say logout. We can just remove this W6 for the width. And there we go. We have a beautiful button, and we can also add a text, a p tag that simply says logout right here below. And while we're here, let's also use the file uploader component we created before. That's just file uploader. Nothing will change right now because it's still just an empty piece of text. But once we start implementing the file uploader on desktop, this one right here, it'll also automatically work for the one in the mobile navbar. Now that we've implemented the mobile navbar, we are finally ready to implement the functionality for the logout, both on mobile and on desktop. And once we implement that, we'll also have to finalize our authentication, specifically the login part of the auth, because right now we have only implemented register. So let's do that next. To implement our logout functionality, I want to introduce you to a new tool from Appwrite called the Assistant that'll allow you to implement different features, APIs, and more by generating some code for you, specifically helping you with the queries and optimizations. So how can you use it? It's super simple. Just head back over to your dashboard, press Ctrl or Command K, and then just say ask the AI. And now you can ask it any kind of question, like how to implement an OTP login form. And check this out. It's going to figure out that you need to create a new Appwrite client by getting all of these environment variables, initiate the OTP authentication by creating a magic session URL, and then you have the form, and finally you have to handle the form submission to create a session, which is exactly what we have done. Of course, you'll have to tweak it to match your code base, but what I love the most about it is that it actually creates sources for you, so you can very quickly refer to these different links that make it happen. In this case, I'm wondering, how can we log the user out? So I'm going to say, how can I log my user out? So to log a user out, you can use appwrite.delete session. This is exactly what I wanted. It helps us specify the client, and then it has a function that deletes a session. This is all that I needed. So I'll copy this part, delete the current session, and I'll head back over to user.actions.ts, and I'll say export const sign out user is equal to an async function where we have a try and catch block, and in the try, we'll try to delete the session. Of course, this account is coming right here at the top by saying await create session client. Then we can await account.delete session, and we don't need to use the .then since we're using async await. After we delete the session, we want to delete it from the cookies too. So we can say in parentheses await cookies and then .delete, and specifically want to delete the Appwrite session. Finally, let's add a catch block Within catch, we're getting the error, and then we can call the handle error saying fail to sign out user. And finally, we have a finally block, no pun intended, which can simply redirect our user. So let's redirect the user to sign in. Now it looks like I forgot to apply a semicolon here. If I do apply it, this is going to be good because these are two distinct lines of code. So with that in mind, now we have the sign out user functionality. And let's head over to our mobile navigation to just add it to this on click. It's going to be simple. You just make this function an async function, and then you await sign out user, and you call it like so. Now remember, we are going to also implement it within our header right here where we click the logout button. But in this case, it'll be just a tiny bit different. See, our header component is not a client component. It is a server component. And for that reason, you cannot really use client-side functionalities like button clicks or form submissions, or redirects for that matter. So that's why we'll use new React 19 functionality by passing an action to a form that will allow you to perform a server-side functionality for what seems to be a client-side thing. We can do it by creating a new async function and then opening a new block of code, adding the use server directive. So that means that the code below this code will be rendered on the server. And we can call the await sign out user like so. Now, if you head back and if you click logout, you can see that we've been successfully logged out from our application, and we can soon start implementing the sign in functionality. But just before we do that, remember that ugly avatar icon that I decided to use? Well, let's just fix it so that the new users that are coming to our platform have a bit nicer avatar images. I'll go ahead and choose this guy right here. Seems to be working well with our 3D theme. So I'll simply copy the image address. You can choose any other avatar you want. Or what I would even like you to do is implement another modal where you allow your users to choose from multiple different avatars. Or this is pretty cool, you can use Appwrite's avatars functionality that will allow you to generate an avatar image based on the letters of their first and last name. That's also pretty cool. But in this case, I'll go back and I'll go where we are creating the user, which is going to be in user actions. And we're creating the user somewhere here. There we go. And I'll simply want to update the avatar placeholder ID from this Pixabay one to this new one coming from FreePic. And I already know that we'll have to head over to config Next.js, and we'll have to add another remote pattern right here to tell Next.js that it's fine to render an image from this source. Great. Now I'll go ahead and create a new account. Let me use the same name as before, but this time I'll use a different email. There we go. We now have to verify it. And immediately after verification, we're back. We have to configure it. That's imagefreepic.com, which we have to add to our next.config.ts. I reloaded and we're good. Yep, this is looking more like it. Until I do the official face reveal, I'm more than okay with this. Now let's log out one final time and let's implement the sign in functionality. I'll try to ask the Appwrite assistant one more time by pressing Command K and then ask the AI. And I'll say, how can I implement a Next.js server action that will sign in the user using OTP? Let's see what it says. Okay, it does everything we've done before. Create admin client, create the OTP sign-in server action. Yep, this is looking pretty good, I gotta say. It's using the cookies, it's using the Next.js redirects, the create admin client, and more. It's creating a session, setting the cookies. Yep, this is looking great. In this case, we have already created the form and we have created a server action that will help us send out the OTP verification. So let's just do it manually by heading over to user actions. I'll head below the sign out user and export const, a new one, sign in user, which is going to be equal to an async function that accepts an email of the user we're trying to sign in. And that email is, of course, of a type string. We want to open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we're going to get the error and simply handle that error by console logging it. And in the try, we'll extract the existing user if it exists. So I'm going to say const existing user is equal to await get user by email, and then we pass the email. And then if a user exists, we send the one-time password to their email by saying if existing user, then await, send email OTP to this email, and immediately return parse stringify the account ID from that existing user. Else, if it doesn't exist, we can just return parse stringify, and I'll return something like account ID is equal to null, and I'll also return an error that we can then use by saying something like user not found. And now we can use it within our form. So let's head over to our auth form, head over to where we're creating the account, and we want to make a check right here, right before we say where the user is coming from, and right before we make a decision whether we want to create or sign in. So I'm actually gonna add a new ternary operator, is sign up. And if it is sign up, I'll call this await functionality right here to create an account. Else, I'll call await sign in user, and to it, I'll pass the email equal to values.email coming from the form. And this is sign up is going to be true if our type of the form that we're passing as props is equal to sign-up. I'm referring to this type right here. And let's make sure that we're properly closing it. Let's see. This function is ending all the way here, so I think I should have put my second part here. There we go. That's better. You can also use an if this seems a bit too overwhelming with these ternaries. So using an if by saying something like let the user is null, and then if type is sign up, in that case, you can use this block of code, else you can do another block of code. But that requires an additional variable assignment. So in this case, I'm fine with just saying this. User, create, sign in, perfect. So let's give it a go by going right here, entering my email. Let's do JavaScript mastery 00@gmail.com. The OTP will come to your email. And once you verify it, you'll be right in. Great job on implementing the full authentication with all three parts done. Sign out, sign in, and register. Next, we can focus on uploading some files. To get started with the file uploader component, you can see it right here on mobile devices in the right sidebar. So let's head over to the file uploader component.tsx. Once you're there, let's install a new package called React Dropzone, which is a simple React hook to create an HTML5 compliant drag and drop zone for files. You know how you can pull the file and then you can drag and drop it into a website? Well, that's exactly what React Dropzone does. So let's copy the installation command and paste it right here. npm install -- save react - dropzone, and then we can copy its usage. So let's copy it and let's paste it right here at the top of the file uploader file. In this case, we're not going to declare the my dropzone component, so we can delete it. But instead of that, we can copy everything from within it and then put it within the file uploader component itself, right here. So here we have the on drop, as well as some of the special functionalities coming from the use dropzone hook. And of course, since we're using a hook, that means that this has to be a use client component. Or you can use the wrapper component called dropzone, but in this case, I'm okay with using it like this. Now they explain some additional functionalities, how we can get the files that you input, and more, but I'll explain all of that to you as I teach you how to use this component. Now you can see drag and drop some files here, or click to select files. And if you click it, it'll actually open up a file explorer. So let's first do the UI for the file uploader so we know where we can place our files. To do that, we have this div with a class name equal to cursor - pointer. Next, we have the input, and right below that input, we can render a button. This button will come from components. It'll have a type is equal to button, and it'll have a class name equal to cn coming from utils. We're gonna always give it a class name of uploader dash button. And after that, we're gonna pass it some additional class names, which we can get through props. So right here at the top, where we have the file uploader props, we can accept the owner ID, which will soon pass, so we know who is uploading the files, the account ID, as well as the class name. And we can define the props right here. So that's gonna be interface props is equal to owner ID of a type string, account ID of a type string, and class name of a type string optional. So now we have this button, and within that button, we can render an image with a source of /assets /icons /upload.svg with an alt tag of upload, a width of about 24, a height of about 24, and I think that's it. If I save it, you can see how now it has the upload icon, and we can also render a piece of text, a paragraph that's gonna say upload. There we go. Now it's super clear. Below the button, we can check whether some files exist. And the question is, how can we know where the files are, the files that we're trying to upload? We have to keep track of them using the state. So right here at the top, we can say use state snippet. Let's call it files, set files, and at the start, it'll be equal to an empty array. But in this case, we'll specify the type to be a file array, like this. So an array of files. Right now, we have some kind of a warning, but don't worry about that. If we go down right here, below the button, we can make a check and see if files.length is greater than 0. In that case, we can render a UL, which is an unordered list, but let's make sure to properly close it right here. So files.length is greater than 0. Then we open and close the UL. That UL will have a class name equal to uploader-preview-list. And within it, we can render an H4, that's H4, not H3, with a class name equal to H4, text-light-100, and it's gonna say uploading. So to know which files are we trying to upload. And then below it, we can say files.map, and we can map over the files by first getting the file and then getting the index of that file. And then for each one, we can basically open up a new function block, and we need to figure out what is the type of that file. Is it an image or is it a video? So I'll try to destructure const type as well as the extension of that file by calling a new function which we can create called getFileType, to which we need to pass the file name. Now, this is a function that we have to create. It's going to be a special function coming from utilities or utils. So let's head over to utils.ts, and currently it's pretty empty. We need to create some kind of a function and export it called getFileType, which accepts a string of file name, and then it should return basically the name, and then it should return the type as well as the extension of this file. And this is the type of code that I like to use ChatGPT or GitHub Copilot for. I'll do something like this. I'll select it, and in this case, I'll open up a new Copilot block. I'll ask it to create a function or implement the functionality for this function to take in a file name and return a type and an extension. Let's see what GitHub Copilot comes up with. Okay, check this out. So it's getting the extension by splitting the file name by using the separator of the dot and then popping the first thing. So it's only going to keep the extension. Then it opens up the type and it opens up a switch case. If it's one of the most popular image formats like JPEG or PNG or GIF, then it says the type as image. For MP4 and others, it sets it to video. For MP3 audio, for PDF, doc, and docx, document, and so on. Finally, it returns the type and the extension. This is looking good to me, so I will gladly accept it. And as I said, you can use ChatGPT or any other AI editor. They're perfect for implementing utility functions such as this one. But just to make sure that you can 100% follow along, I'll provide you with the complete utils file linked to the README of this project's codebase. So simply copy it and override this one right here. You'll notice that it has a collection of these other utility functions, like get file type params. Is it documents? Is it image? Is it media? Or this one that will return the usage summary for each of the categories, like the documents, images, and more. Or the one that we just created that gets the file type based on different extensions, and then it just returns that type and the extension. We do a similar thing for the icons right here. Get file icon. Based on the extension, we can return a specific asset, so we know exactly of which type the file is. With that in mind, we can now go back here and we can call the get file type functionality coming from utils, to which we pass the file name. And once we get it, we can return an li, which is a list item, with a key equal to a template string of file.name and then dash index. So this way we can make it fully unique, and we can give it a class name is equal to uploader dash preview dash item. If we do that, we cannot see anything yet because we haven't yet uploaded any files. But if I type test in there, we should be able to see something for each file that we upload. So back on my desktop, I'll choose one of the screenshots that I have right here, and we should be able to see something, but not yet. That's because we're not setting the file to the state on drop. We can do that by turning this callback function into an async function, specify the type of the accepted files to be a file array like this, and then within it, we can simply set files and set it equal to accepted files. If I save this and try to upload it one more time, you can see we have this little pop-up at the bottom that says uploading test. But other than that, not a lot is happening. So let's continue creating this li list. Within this li, let's create a div, and this div will have a class name equal to flex, items-center, and a gap of 3. And within it, we want to render a special component called thumbnail. So this will be a component that will render the preview of the image we're trying to upload. Okay, so let's actually create it as a new component in the components folder. I'll call it thumbnail.tsx, run rafce, and then I'll go back and import it right here, thumbnail. Of course, to this thumbnail, we have to pass some props, such as the type is equal to type, extension is equal to extension, and finally the URL is equal to convert file to URL, and then we pass in the file we're trying to convert. This is another one of the utility functions, which takes the URL object and calls the create object URL of a specific file. So now we can go into the thumbnail and we can accept those props. We can accept the type, the extension, and the URL, which by default can be set to string if nothing else is passed. We can set this over to props for the type, and we can declare the interface props of type string, extension string, and URL string. Now we can return a figure. It's a special HTML5 component typically used for use cases such as thumbnails. Within it, we can render an image from Next.js with a source of. Now here, we want to check whether it is an image. So we can do that at the top by saying const isImage is equal to, and now if type is triple equal to image, then it'll be an image, and if extension is not equal to SVG, because SVG is harder to show right here as a thumbnail. So if it is an image and extension is not SVG, then we know that it's an image. So we can say if is image, then we simply give it a URL. Else we need to get the file icon, which is a function from utils, to which we pass the extension as well as the type. And then we are going to pass just a generic image. Like for video, it's going to be a camera icon. For the alt tag, we can give it a thumbnail. We can give it a width of about 100, a height about 100. We can give it a class name equal to, let's make it CN for class names. Let's give it a class name of size of 8, object-contain, and then we can also give it image class name, which is a special prop that we can pass, image class name, or just a typical class name if it's not an image, so class name. We also have to define those two, so image class name will be optional of a type string, and class name optional of a type string. I have to properly close this image. And finally, if it is image, we'll also give it the thumbnail-image property. Hopefully this makes sense. So we always give it size 8 object contain. We also pass some additional images from props if there are any. And then if it is an image, we also pass the thumbnail image class name. In the same way, we can style the figure by giving it a class name of CN. And then we can give it a property of thumbnail and pass all the additional class names if there are any. So as you can see right now, it says uploading, and then we have a little thumbnail of the image that I was trying to upload. This is like an upload modal, looking good. Of course, it doesn't look as good on mobile devices, but trust me, we're getting there. Now below this thumbnail, let's create a div, and that div will have a class name equal to preview -item -name, and it'll simply render the file.name. Let's also render another image right here and give it a source equal to /assets /icons /file-loader.gif. So this will be the actual loader that we want to show. Let's make sure we're properly pointing to it. It's assets icons file loader.gif. We have to give it a width of about 80, a height of about 26. So let's do that. And an alt tag of loader. If you save it and open it up and try to upload a file like this screenshot of a YouTube thumbnail, you can see that now this is looking pretty good. We have the full name and we also have some kind of a loader right here showing the upload process. Let's go 2 divs down and let's render one more image, which is going to be an image that will allow us to remove that upload. So let's give it a source of /assets /icons /remove.svg with a width of about 24, a height of about 24, an alt tag of remove, and on click, we can call a function that's going to take in the event. So it's going to be called handle remove file, and it'll take the event as the first parameter and then the file.name as the second one. So let's go ahead and create this function right here at the top. Const handle remove file takes in the event, specifically react.mouse event of HTML image element mouse event, and then the file name, which is going to be of a type string. That's going to look something like this. And then first things first, it needs to stop the propagation. So once we click on it, we don't want to click any more below this modal. We want to simply stop the propagation. We only want to do what this function is doing. And then we want to set the files to get the previous files, okay, because we're modifying the state using the previous state. And whenever you are doing that, you actually have to have a callback function within the state changer. And in this case, we can call the prev files dot filter, and we want to filter the file where file.name is not equal to file name, okay? So basically what we're doing here is we're keeping all the other files in the list that we're trying to upload, but we will only remove the one that we click on. So if you have multiple, like let's say these two, if you click on one, it deletes that one, and then you delete the other one. Great. Let's also remove this React right here, and let's just import the mouse event as a type from React. And I think we need to get the HTML image element as well. So let's do it properly. Event. And then within it, we also need to add a comma and specify that this is also a mouse event, because even though we're clicking on an image element, this also is a mouse event like this. And I will add React.mouse event up front. So let's simply make sure to import React from React. There we go. This is good now. So now let's head back down. And once you upload files, as you have seen, it's going to say uploading. And of course, this definitely looks better on desktop devices. And we have some kind of a modal that allows you to upload files and then see the upload process happen immediately over here. Now, of course, this is fake uploading it. It's not doing a real upload. And that's because this functionality right here on drop simply sets the state, which then triggers the loading. But we're not yet uploading them anywhere. For that, we have to create a new set of server actions. So let's head over to lib actions and create a new file called file.actions.ts. And within it, we can export const our first file action called upload file, which will take a file of a type file and it'll open up a new function block. Let's not forget that this will be an asynchronous function. And let's also make sure to add the use server directive at the top so we can ensure that these are only getting called on the server. Alongside the file, we'll also pass additional things such as owner ID to know who is creating that file. And actually, I won't define the types right here. I'll define them for the entire object. So we first have to destructure these props. So we have the file, we have the owner ID, the account ID, and finally the path, which we want to use for revalidation. And we can define the type of this to be upload file props. Now, what you can do is you can define an interface of upload file props right here as what we have been doing so far. What you can also do is create a new file in the root of your application and call it index.d.ts, and then declare this interface of upload file props right here. That way, if you declare it within this index.dts, which some people also like to put within a special folder, which we can call types, and then you can drag and drop this index.d.ts within the types, it allows you to have global types for your entire application. So right here, you can maybe say that file is of a type file. You can also say that owner ID will be of a type string, account ID string, and path string. Now, if you go back, you'll see that even if you don't export this upload file props from this file, and if you command click, you will be able to go here. So your editor knows this is the right interface. The problem is that sometimes ESLint doesn't know the TypeScript magic that we're doing with this index.dts, so you still have to export this as an interface and then import it right here as a regular type. If you do that, ESLint will not complain and it'll say, hey, just go ahead and use this file, but now I know that it is a string. So this is how we will be declaring some of the other types in our application, especially some longer ones. And just so we don't have to type them all by hand, you can find the complete index.d.ts in the README of this project. So if you go there, you can paste it and you can copy it here. For example, you can see the upload file props, which we just wrote ourselves, is here as well. So now let's continue working on the upload file functionality. First things first, we have to get access to the storage and databases functionality from Appwrite. So let's say const destructure the storage and databases, and that's going to be equal to await create admin client, as we learned so far. We can open up a new try and catch block that's going to look something like this. In the catch, we get an error, and we can simply call the handle error utility function. I think we declared it in our previous actions file. So that's going to be user.actions.ts. And we can copy the handle error functionality from here. It is right here, pretty simple function. So let's copy it and paste it here. And we're going to pass in the handle error and a message saying failed to upload files. And now a better question is, what happens within the try block? Well, here we try to read the file. So we can say const input file is equal to input file dot from buffer, and to it we pass the file as well as the file.name. This file is basically a blob that this input file coming from Node Appwrite file functionality, it's going to read from it and it's going to upload it to their servers. So we can then use that file. How do we do that? By saying const bucket file is equal to await storage dot create file, to which we need to pass the ID of the bucket. So that's going to be Appwrite config dot bucket ID. Then we need to pass the ID of this new file we're creating, for which you can use the ID dot unique functionality. And finally, we need to pass the file itself, which is the input file. So that's going to end up looking something like this. We pass the file through props, then we read it from the buffer, from the blob right here, to turn it into an input file. And then we call Appwrite storage.create file. We specify the name of the bucket, and bucket simply means where are we going to store this file. Give it an ID and specify which file are we trying to upload. Then we get the file within the bucket. Once we have it, we have to be very precise about the information of this file. So let's say const file document is equal to an object where we first have to specify the type of that document. It's going to be something like get file type. This is a utility function we have created before, to which we can pass the bucket file dot name and then call the dot type on it. Then we have the name of this file, which is going to be bucket file dot name. Then we have a URL, and here we can use another utility function called construct file URL, to which we can pass the bucket file dot $ID. Next, we need to get the extension, which we can get by using the get file type, which is another utility function, to which we have to pass the bucket file dot name and then call the dot extension outside of the parentheses. Then the size, which is going to be the bucket file dot size original. Then the owner, which is going to be the owner ID. Then the account ID. Then specify the users that have access to that file, which at the start is set to an empty array. And then give it a bucket file ID, which is going to be bucket file dot $ID. So why are we doing this? We're doing this so that once we store the file, we actually have access to some metadata about that file. So we can show an icon by knowing that it's an image or a video. Then we can know how to access it. We know which extension does it have. We know its name, we know its type, we know its size. All of that metadata we want attached to that file. So to store the file itself, we're using Appwrite's storage functionality. But to store the metadata, we'll use Appwrite's databases functionality. So let's say const new file is equal to await databases dot create document. Here we have to say to which database ID we want to create it. That's going to be Appwrite config dot database ID. Then we have to specify within which collection we want to create it. In this case, it's going to be the files collection. We have to give it an ID and we have to give it the actual file which we want to store. On this, we can also call a .catch with an async error functionality in case something goes wrong. So that's going to look something like this, async error of a type unknown, where we can await storage dot delete file. We have to be very precise with this because if something goes wrong with creating the database document, then that means that we should not store a file in the storage as well. So we want to delete it. So storage.delete file, from which bucket we want to delete it. That's going to be Appwrite config .bucket ID. And then also which file do we want to delete? That's going to be bucket file $ID. And we can also call the handle error. So let's call it right here, handle error, to which we pass the error and say failed to create file document. Finally, once we finish, if we finish successfully, we want to call a revalidate path and pass the path. So if we're uploading from the homepage, we want to revalidate homepage. If we're uploading from documents, we want to revalidate documents so we can show the new refreshed data. And finally, we want to return parse stringify, which is a utility function, and to it, we want to pass a new file. And this should properly upload our files to Appwrite's databases and Appwrite's storage solutions. Great. So let's try to use this upload file server action within the file uploader. So right after setting the files, I want to say const upload promises. And I'll explain exactly why I called it like this. That's because we're uploading multiple files. So I can say is equal to accepted files dot map. Not always are we trying to upload multiple files, but if we are, we want to do it one by one and make sure that all of them fit our requirements. So we're going to map over an async function where inside of each one, we get access to a file, and for each one, we open up a function block. There, I have an if statement where I want to check if file.size is greater than max file size coming from constants. We simply want to set files by getting access to the previous files because we're modifying the files based on the current state of the files by saying prev files.filter and filter the one where f.name is not equal to file.name. Why are we doing this? We're doing it to clear the files that don't match the max file size criteria or that are bigger than what is allowed. In our case, that is 50 megabytes. Now, still within the if, we can go in and return a toast component. This toast will come right here at the top by saying const toast, which we can destructure, is equal to use toast. And I just noticed that we didn't yet implement toasts. A toast is a succinct message that is displayed temporarily. It looks something like this. So to implement it, we have to run npx shatcn add latest add toast. So we can do it right here. Let's say y, and let's just press enter for these questions that it's asking us. Next, it wants us to add the toaster component to the root layout. So let's do just that. I'll head over to root layout. I'll import it right here at the top, toaster, and I'll render it right here above the ending main tag here. Next, we have to use it by importing the use toast from hooks use toast. We can do that right here. Then we get access to the toast, and finally we can use it like this. So within the if, I'll say return toast, and instead of saying scheduled catch-up, in this case we can do something like toast that has a description equal to a p tag with a class name equal to body-2 and text-white. Within it, we can render a span with a class name equal to font-semi-bold. So let's end it. Here, within that span, we can render the file name. And after the span, we can say is too large. Max file size is 50 megabytes. And we can give it a class name equal to error-toast. So now if the file is too large, we will simply return this toast saying, hey, you cannot actually upload that. And we can actually already test that out. But first, let's remove this drag and drop some files. We don't need that since we have the upload button. So I'll go here and remove the text that says upload files. There we go. That's this one right here. Save it. Now we have just a button. I'll click it and I'll choose a video. This is one of the videos for the Ultimate Next.js course that I'm recording at the moment. So let's try to upload it. It's definitely larger than 50 megabytes. And it says ask a question form edited is too large, max file size is 50 megabytes. But if we try to upload a screenshot, that actually works like a charm. Great. So now we can continue with the rest of the setup in case the file is not too large. So right after this if statement, we're going to return the upload file functionality, which is actually a server action, which we created, to which we need to pass the file, the owner ID, the account ID, and finally the path which we want to revalidate. And that path is going to come by using the use path name. So we can say const path is equal to use path name coming from next navigation. And let's properly pass it right here by saying path. And on this, we can call a dot then. So once we get the uploaded file, for each uploaded file, we can see if it has been uploaded successfully. So if is uploaded file, then we want to actually remove it from the bottom right corner where we're showing the file upload process by once again getting the set files and getting the previous files and then filtering out the file that has been uploaded. I know we have a lot of these filters, but trust me, that's how you do it in enterprise applications as well. Sometimes the code does look a bit clunky. It looks like it's being repeated. It looks like there's a lot of filters, but that's just the logic that we need to carry out the functionality that we want to achieve. And finally, why did we call it upload promises? Well, that's because we can have multiple uploads running at the same time. So right here, where we have the dependencies, we can say that we don't have to recall this unless the owner ID, the account ID, or the path don't change. These are the dependencies for the use callback that we have at the top. And use callback, just make sure that we don't have to rerun this code every time. Only rerun it if these things change. And now finally, right here, I think we need to be within the use callback of the onDrop. We can say await promise that all upload promises. So we want to await the upload process of all the files. In this case, we don't need to get access to this isDragActive from use dropzone. And I actually think we're good. I actually think that this will now implement the upload functionality. We have all the necessary checks. We're removing the files from the list if we click on the X. So let's give it a shot. I'll try to upload a screenshot, this one right here, of a thumbnail of our React.js crash course. It says uploading, and we get an error. That's good. At least something happened. We have coded a lot of stuff, so it's normal that an error happens. In this case, it says invalid document structure, missing required attribute bucket field. And this is happening on line 45 of file actions.ts. So if I head over to file actions.ts, line 45, it points to where we're trying to create a new document. We're using await, so let's just make sure that this is an asynchronous function, and it is. And specifically, it is saying missing required attribute bucket field. So let me hover over the create document. It looks like it accepts the database ID, the collection ID, the document ID, and then the data, but I don't see the mentions of a bucket field under create document. Buckets are typically mentioned under create file right here. But maybe we're looking at it the other way around. Maybe the error is not within our code, because here it says bucket file ID, but our error is saying that we're missing bucket field, which is something entirely different. And that makes me think that we might have made an error right here within our Appwrite project, where we were setting up the database structure, specifically the structure of our files. So if we head here and go to attributes, you can see that I called it a bucket field and made it required, but actually it should be a bucket file ID. So let's update this, reload the page, and let's try to re-upload another file. In this case, I'll upload a screenshot of the error we've been having just to reminisce of it once we actually fix it. It says uploading, and we get another error saying account ID is now missing. That's also happening here, and we're passing it to the upload file as one of the props. Let's see if that's being passed properly from the file uploader. If we go here, we can see that where we're calling the upload file, we are passing the account ID, which is of a type string. So this makes me think that we're passing it properly. And are we passing it to the file uploader? That is another question. So let's head over to where we're calling the file uploader. That's going to be within our header, I believe. So let's head over into the header component. And as you can see, we're not passing the necessary props that will make the file uploader work. So let's first do that, and that's going to be the last step needed to make this work. We need to pass the owner ID and the account ID. But you can see that even our header doesn't have access to those. So let's head over to the root layout, and let's pass the necessary props to the header component. I gotta say, we are doing just a bit of prop drilling right here because we're going 2 levels deep with passing props, but I will still consider this to be fine in this case. So let's pass the user ID equal to current user dot $ID, and let's also pass the account ID equal to current user dot account ID. Now we can head over to the header and we can accept those 2 new props. That's going to be a user ID as well as an account ID. And those 2 will be of a type. User ID is of a type string, and account ID is of a type string as well. And now we can pass them over to the file uploader by saying owner ID, so who owns this file, that's going to be equal to the user ID. And we have the account ID, which is going to be equal to the account ID. And I know that we're calling the file uploader from another file. I think it's going to be mobile navigation. So right here, we also have to pass the necessary props. But in this case, our mobile navigation, I do think already has access to the owner ID and the account ID. Let's see if that is the case where we're calling it right here. We're spreading all the information about the current user. So in that case, we won't have the user ID, but we will have the current user $ID for the owner ID. So I can destructure the $ID, and account ID is as it is. But in this case, we can rename the $ID to owner ID. It's going to make it a bit easier to refer to later on, and we need to define it right here within the props. Now let's pass them over to our file uploader. That's going to be owner ID equal to owner ID, and account ID equal to account ID. If we do that, we're good. Our file uploader is getting all the necessary props, and in this case, I have to thank Appwrite because we made the field required, so it let us know that we're not actually passing all the necessary fields. But now we can try to upload this one more time. It says uploading, and it actually disappeared very quickly though, which made me think that it actually uploaded the file to the database. So if I head back over to Appwrite, go to databases, files, and then documents, we can see a new document has been added with the name of screenshot, a URL where it has been uploaded to a storage bucket with a type of image, a bucket file ID, account ID, owner, which is a relationship to the user, the extension of PNG, the size, and everything else. And if you head over to storage, file storage, you can see a single screenshot that has been added, and it's actually this error screenshot that thankfully has been resolved, but you can see that we actually have a URL that allows us to access it. So that means that our file upload functionality has now been completed. And just for good measure, let's also see if it works from the mobile menu. So if I head over here and click upload, I'll try to upload some other screenshot, and it looks like it went through. Great. Now, it's possible that if you try to upload a bit of a larger file, it didn't work for you, even though the maximum size is 50 megabytes. That's because Next.js payload by default has only 4 megabytes limit. So we can close all the currently open files, and we can head over to next.config.ts, and we need to add a new object right here called experimental. Open it up, and we need to set the server actions, specifically the body size limit, to, let's do something like 100 megabytes, just to make sure that we're not blocked by Next.js. So now both of our limits, Appwrite is set to 50 for free projects, and Next.js's is set to 100. So we should be good. Next, we'll have to render all of these different pages, such as documents, images, media, others, and more, that will allow us to fetch the files we just uploaded and then show them on the screen. That's the whole point of this application anyway, right? To be able to upload, store, and then retrieve the files. But feel free to take a bit of a pause now because this lesson has been a long one. The functionality for implementing the upload has been, well, let's say detailed. with this file uploader component. And then even the upload file actions haven't been super simple to make. We had to mess with the storage and database, create a new file, and then also create a new document in the database to store all of that files as metadata. While we're here, I just noticed that we have one issue regarding the upload file props coming from types. Let's see why is that. In this case, we're importing this. As I said, typically when you declare interfaces, you don't even have to import them. But then even though our TypeScript knows how to find this interface because it is declared as a TypeScript interface, you can see that ESLint is simply not okay with that. So what we could do is suppress this no undefined line so that even ESLint is fine with it. And this is actually a good solution. What you can do is you can suppress this ESLint warning for the entire file by copying this no undef, heading over to ESLint.rc.json, going after the extents and adding the rules functionality. And within the rules, you can say no undef, and you can simply set it to off. This way, it will not mark that as an error. So if you go back, we're good. TypeScript knows what it is. Everybody's happy. Great. With that said, we have successfully implemented the file upload functionality. Next, let's focus on adding the routing for these different pages so we can actually show the files that we have created. To start implementing dynamic routing to render different routes for different file types, let's head over to our File Explorer, go within the App folder, and let's create a new dynamic route within the root folder. I'll call it New, and let's open up the dynamic segment, which you can do with an opening and closing square bracket, and let's call it Type. And within this dynamic type path, we can render a new page.tsx. Within it, run rafce, and we're just returning page right here. Now, a better question is, how can we extract the exact type of the page we're on? Right now, if I head over to Documents, you can see that it simply says page still. If we go to Images, it still says page, even though the URL changes. So let's do that by extracting it from params. We can destructure the params at the top and say that it is equal to search param props. Then we can say const type is equal to. Now, in new versions of Next.js, you have to await params. So let's say await params and then question mark dot type. We can also add as string right here, so our TypeScript is not complaining. And since we're using await, we have to turn this function into an asynchronous function. That's going to look something like this. And if we don't have a type, by default, it can be an empty string. So now, instead of rendering just the page, let's render a div with a class name equal to page-container. Within it, let's render a new section that'll have a class name equal to w-full. And within it, we can render an h1 with a class name equal to h1 and capitalize. And here, let's render the type. So now check this out. Documents basically says documents. Dashboard still is different because that's just the home route. It has to be different from all of the other type routes. But images, media, others, we can switch between them immediately. Now we can see the powers of the left side sidebar, how the active class changes based on the URL, and the page changes as well. In simple words, we have just created a dynamic route. And a dynamic route is where the path changes based on the URL instead of being static. This is handy when you want to create multiple pages that follow the same structure, like in our case where we have the same structure for video, audio, others, images, and so on. At least the layout is the same. But in our case, the file type, document, video, audio, others, actually changes and displays some different kind of data. So now let's continue developing it. Right below the h1, I want to render a div that'll have a class name equal to total size section. And within it, we want to render a p tag with a class name equal to body-1. And right within it, we can say total and then render a span with a class name equal to h5 that's going to simply render the total size. But of course, this total size has to come from somewhere. We have to somehow fetch it. So for now, I'll simply say 0 megabytes. Let's fix this class name and let's save it. There we go, total 0 megabytes. Right below that, we can create a new div, which we'll use for sorting. So here, we can give it a class name equal to sort-container. And within it, we can render a p tag with a class name equal to body-1. And typically hidden, but on small devices block and text-light 200, within which we can say sort by, and then below it, we can render a new sorting component. So let's create a new component within the components folder, and let's call it sort.tsx, run refce, and then import it right here, where it says sort, coming from components. If you now save this, you can see a little sort by sort right here, but very soon we'll turn this sort into an actual sort that allows you to sort by name, file size, type, and more. But for now, let's actually display our types because it doesn't make any sense to sort them if we cannot even see them. So for that reason, let's go below this section and let's try to dynamically render the files. To do that, we first need to know which files are we trying to fetch. In other words, we have to write a query that will allow us to fetch the files. So let's head over to File Actions, and below the upload file, we can now create a new one, export const get files, which is equal to an async function, and we can get started creating it. Within it, we can get access to Appwrite's databases functionality by saying const databases is equal to await create admin client, like so. And then we can open up a try and catch block. Within the catch, we get the error. And in case something goes wrong, we just handle that error like a boss. So let's just pass over the error and say failed to get files. Within it, we can form the query to get the files. Not all the files, but rather files based on many different criteria. One of which, and maybe the most important of which, is the user that is currently logged in. So we only need to show the files that they have access to. So we can say const current user is equal to await get current user. And below that, we can check if there is no current user. So if no current user, then we simply throw a new error saying something like user not found. Now that we have the user, let's form all the different queries to query our files by saying const queries is equal to a call of the create queries function, to which we can pass the current user. So let's create this new helper function called create queries. We can do it right here at the top, const create queries that accepts in a current user and then starts forming the queries, which is basically equal to an array of multiple different Appwrite queries, such as query coming from Appwrite.or, and then within it, a query.equal, where the owner property is equal to an array of current user $ID. And then we can duplicate this and check whether the current ID is within the user's array of a specific file. That would also be okay, or in this case, it would be their email, not the user ID, because the access to that file has been shared with them. So that's also a completely valid way in which we want to get access to a specific file. Now that we have those queries, we can simply return the queries, and later on, we can further extend them by looking at search, sort, limits, and more. But for now, I'm fine with just having those queries. And the current user will be of a type models.document. This models, of course, coming from Appwrite. So you can import it from Node Appwrite. And now we get access to those queries right here. So let's actually make a call to the database. We can do that by saying const files is equal to await databases.list documents. We first have to tell it from which database we want to list the documents from. And that's going to be appwrite_config.database_id. Next, we have to tell it from which collection. In this case, it's going to be from the files collection. And finally, we pass in all the queries that we want to use to query the files. And here, I need to say list documents. There we go. Let's properly close it. And we're going to simply return parse stringify the files that we have gathered. Now, let's head back over to the page and let's try to make a call to this server action by saying const files is equal to await get files, which is coming from lib file actions. And to it, we can pass our current user. So let's put it in an object. If we're destructuring it, just call it like this. It doesn't need any parameters for now. And then try using it right here below by saying if files.length is greater than 0, then render a section, else render a p tag saying no files uploaded. That's going to have a class name of empty-list. And if you do that, we get an error saying invalid query, cannot query equal on attribute users because it is an array. So if I head back to file actions, and if we look into the queries that we wrote, you'll notice that for the users, we have to say contains and not equal because two arrays can never be the same. So if we switch this over to contains, you can now see no files uploaded for documents. Same thing for media and others, but what about images? It also says no files uploaded. That's not good because we know that we have uploaded some images before. So let's quickly check our query where we're fetching the files, and let's console log different parts that go into the list documents, such as console log the current user, and let's also console log the queries that we have. And finally, let's console log the files themselves by saying console log files. Now, if we save it and reload the page and open up the terminal, let's see what do we have here. We get back the current user and its account ID, as well as the $ID. I think we're using specifically the account ID right here in the query. Yep, current user dot $ID. Here it is. And current user dot email. Let's see if we have that. Yep, we have that too. Next, let's see whether we have access to the queries. Yep, queries look good to me. Method is or with the values equal to the owner ID, or if it contains our email address. And finally, we get back two files which are counted as documents. Oh yeah, that is true. The files are actually within the documents array. So if I head back, this is not going to be files.length. It's going to be files.total is greater than 0. And if you do that, the no files will disappear, which means that we can try to render some of the files right here. So let's actually render a class name on this section equal to file list. And within it, let's map over files.documents.map, where we get each individual file of a type models.document. And for each document, we can return an h1 with a class name equal to h1. And let's make it simply render the file dot, I think it has a title, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see if that is the case. Oh, we got a warning that we need to have a key prop. That's right. So each h1 has to have a key equal to file dot $ID. There we go. And it might not be title. Let's see what do we have under a file. Let's try to render its ID for now, the $ID. At least we know that has to be there. And take a look at this. For images, we have 1 and it appears to be 2. And for all these types, we have 2 right now because we're doing the same fetch for all of them. So it doesn't matter on which page we're on, at least not right now, but later on, based on the page URL, we can change this. So let's try to render the file.name. And you can see that we have 2 different screenshots. This is perfect. It means that we're successfully fetching the documents from the database. Of course, it would be much better if we could actually show that as a nice card, give a preview of a thumbnail, and allow the user to see this image. This on its own is not super useful. So let's create a new component called card.tsx, run rafce, and let's import it here instead of this h1. So that's going to be now a card component. Make sure to give it a key equal to file.$ID, and then pass a prop file is equal to file. So now within this card, we can access all of the properties related to each file so we can create a proper file card. Let's destructure those properties just to be where we were. Each file is of a type file, models.document. Make sure that the models is coming from Appwrite. And now we can render a file.name for each file. There we go. We have two different screenshots. But now let's turn this into this. Much more beautiful cards for each different type of a file. It can be a video, it can be audio, it can be an image, and so much more. So let's do that in the next lesson. To start creating our file card, let's turn this div into a link, because each file will actually be clickable, and it can lead you to the details or open up the modal for that card. Of course, a link has to have an href, and in this case, it'll be equal to file.url. And we're going to also give it a target equal to _blank, so it opens up in a new screen and doesn't close our existing window. We can also give it a class name equal to file-card. There we go. Now it looks more like a card. Right within that link, let's render a div, and that div will have a class name equal to flex and justify dash between. Right within it, we can render a thumbnail component, which we created not that long ago. It needs a type equal to file.type, as well as the extension equal to file.extension. And we can close it right here. You can notice that we'll get some errors and some broken images. So to fix it, let's also give it a URL equal to file.url. Let's give it a class name equal to size 20. That's to make it important to make sure that our classes are getting applied. And let's give it an image class name equal to important size 11. If we do that, it'll make them a bit bigger and it'll make the errors go away. But now, why is this image not actually showing? It is saying the current user is not authorized to perform the current action. That happens if I click on it. But if I reload, yep, the images don't seem to be showing. And that's because we're getting a 401 from Appwrite Cloud. We can look into fixing that later, but for now, let's deal with the rest of the card. I'll go right here below the thumbnail and create another div that'll have a class name equal to flex, flex-call, items-end, and justify-between. Within this one, later on, we'll have the actions dropdown component, which will show some kind of a dropdown that gives us additional actions that we can perform on this file, such as rename it and do all kinds of other stuff. But for now, let's simply keep it as a piece of text. Below it, let's add a p tag that'll have a class name equal to body-1, and it'll call convert file size, and we can pass to it the file.size. This way, instead of getting a large number, we're getting something that looks a bit more reasonable. Like a typical file size would be huge number in bytes, but here we pass it the bytes, and then we get a reasonable number in kilobytes, megabytes, or gigabytes. Now we can go 2 divs down and then create another div right below it that's going to have a class name equal to file-card-details. Within it, we can have a p tag within which we can render the file name. So let me actually use this name right here within the p tag, and I'll give it a class name equal to subtitle-2 line-clamp-1. This ensures that it doesn't take more than a single line. After that, we can go below the p tag and render a new component called formatted date time. It'll be a self-closing component, so let's go ahead and create it within the components folder and call it formatted date time .tsx, run RAFCE, and then simply import it right here. It's going to simply say formatted date and time. And to it, you want to pass a prop of date, which is going to be file.$created at, as well as some additional class names, like class name is equal to body-2 and text-light-100. And now we can accept those props within the formatted date and time. It's going to be date and class name of a type date is a string, and class name will be optional, also of a type string. And what this will be is a simple p tag that'll call the format date time and pass in the date. And we can give it a class name equal to CN, which stands for class names, body-1 and text-light-200 always, and then sometimes also apply the additional class names that come through props. That's going to look something like this. So now we can see 5th of November, 8:56 a.m., 8:58 a.m. right here. Great. So that is our formatted date and time. And below it, we can have another p tag that'll say by, and then render the file.owner.fullname. And we can further style it by giving it a class name of caption, line-clamp-1, and text-light-200. Now it's a little smaller right here, but it still looks good. So besides this image not actually showing, we have successfully completed this card UI. And it's not only that the image is not showing. If you click on it, that's supposed to open the image, but we get a 401, which means unauthorized. And this means that the fix could only be in one place. And that is within the Appwrite's dashboard. If you go to the project, head over to storage, file storage, settings, and then right here, go to permissions, add an any role, and turn on all the permissions for that role. And click update. Another cool thing about Appwrite file storage is that it allows you to have a certain file security enabled so that users can access it only if they have access to bucket permissions. You can configure whether or not the files inside the bucket should be scanned by the Appwrite antivirus, and you can also choose a compression algorithm. There's a lot of stuff that you can do, such as choosing a loud file extension, basically letting us know that choosing Appwrite for the file storage application was the correct choice. So going back, now that we have re-established our permissions, we can reload and take a look at this. We can see the thumbnails right here, and if you click on it, we can see the full image. Of course, I should have used some better looking images, but the most important thing right now is that we can actually see the images, see the files that we uploaded, and even access them within their full definition online. As you can see, the URL is pointing to cloud.appwrite.io v1 storage bucket, and then to the ID of that file. Great, so that means that we're almost done with this file card, but now we have to implement the actions dropdown. That's this thing right here. So let's go ahead and create a new component for the action dropdown. I'll call it action dropdown.tsx, run rafce, and then I'll import it right here instead of this piece of text. That's just action dropdown, and it's going to be a self-closing component to which we can pass the file equal to file. So let's head into that action dropdown, and let's go ahead and implement it together in the next lesson. Let's implement our action dropdown. It should look something like this. Once you click on it, it should open up some kind of a combination between the chat.cn dialog and a dropdown menu component. So let's implement it by heading over to chat.cn, and specifically, I'll go over to the dialog component. Yep, this dialog right here. I believe we have already installed it, so we can just go ahead and copy all the imports that we'll need, and then we can copy its usage. Right here, I'll paste it in the action dropdown. Oh, it looks like we haven't actually installed it. So let's go ahead and do that by copying this command and running npx chat.cn add latest add dialog and press enter to install it. And the second component we need is a drop-down menu. So search for drop-down menu. It looks like this. So go ahead and install it by running npx chat.cn add latest add drop-down dash menu. And then simply copy its imports as well as its usage right here. We can put it right here instead of all of this content from the dialog. We simply need a dialog, and then within it, we'll immediately display a drop-down menu. So we can remove all the other imports from the dialog. And now if I head back and click open, this is what we get. So let's define some use states. In this case, we'll have a use state equal to is modal open, set is modal open at the start equal to false. And we'll also have another use state snippet called is dropdown open and set is dropdown open, which will at the start be set to false as well. Of course, if we want to use the use state, we have to turn this into a client component, which it definitely is. There we go. Now let's give this dialog a open property equal to is modal open, as well as the on open change equal to set is modal open. For the dropdown menu, let's give it the open property equal to is dropdown open. And for the on open change, let's actually give it set is dropdown open. Next, we have the dropdown menu trigger, which is going to have a class name equal to shad-no-focus. And within it, we can render a Next.js image tag with a source of /assets/icons/dots.svg with an alt tag of dots, a width of about 34, and a height of 34. There we go. So now this is looking closer to the design. Now let's focus on what happens after we click it, which is the drop-down menu content. We first have the drop-down menu label, which will have a class name equal to max-w-200 pixels and truncate in case the name is too long. And within it, we can render the file.name. Of course, we have to get access to the file through the props. So let's destructure the file that we passed over. And this file will be of a type. File is models.document, models coming from Node Appwrite. So now we can see the file. Next, we want to render a separator, and then we want to render a couple of different menu items. And for that, we actually want to map over actions, drop-down items, .map, where we get each individual action item. And for each one, we automatically return a drop-down menu item that has a key equal to action item.value. And for now, it can just render the action item.label. So we immediately got rename, details, share, download, and delete, which will be all of the different actions that we will support from within our application. Now, where are these actions coming from? Well, if you hold Control or Command and click on them, it'll lead you to our constants, where you can see that this is simply an array of different objects that have a label, icon, and a value. And we just list different functionalities, which I simply copied from the design right here. Now let's go ahead and style it so it looks better. First things first, each one of these drop-down menu items will have a class name equal to shad-dropdown-item, and it'll have an on-click property. So once we click it, we want to choose which action we have selected. So for that reason, we want to go here and create a new use state snippet for the chosen action. I'll call it action, set action, at the start set to null. And we can say that this action will be of a type, action type, coming from index.d.ts or null, because at the start it is set to null. And now we can scroll down, and on click, we can set action to be equal to action item, just like so. We can also make a check and see if an array of rename or share or delete or details dot includes the action item dot value, then we're going to set is modal to open. That's going to look something like this. Why is that? That's because if we choose anything from here, we want to show a new modal that's going to allow us to perform additional actions that we specified, like rename opens up a rename modal, details opens up a details modal, delete opens up a modal that allows you to confirm your deletion. Same thing for share, it opens up a modal to ask you with which people you want to share it with. And the only thing that doesn't open up a new modal is download, as it automatically downloads it. So that's why we're doing this here. And it looks like I didn't properly close this array right here. I have to close it here. There we go. That's better. And then what do we actually show for each action item? It's not just the label, is it? Well, we want to make it into a link with an href of construct download URL, to which we can pass the file .bucket file ID. And this construct download URL is coming from utils. It'll simply point to our Appwrite endpoint and then construct the URL that contains this file by finding it in the files array, and then it'll also point to /download and pass the necessary project. So it knows exactly where that file is stored. We can also give this link a download property equal to file.name and a class name property equal to flex, items-center, and a gap of 2. Now we cannot see anything just yet, but within this link, we can render an image. This image will render different icons for each one of these types of actions. So that's going to be action item dot icon. Alt tag will be equal to action item dot label. It'll have a width of about 30 and a height of about 30, and we can save it. Oh, it looks like action item is not defined, so we have to properly spell it. And now you can see those different icons which match our application's theme perfectly. But of course, next to the image, let's also render the action item label. There we go. This is looking great. But now we'll only show this link if we're trying to download something, because then we navigate to the download link, right? Else, we don't want to make it a link. So what I will do is I will add a new check right here and check if action item .value is triple equal to download. In that case, I will show this link. Else, we can render a div that'll have the same class names as the link, and it'll actually render the same thing that is within the link, which is the image and the label. But it simply won't be a link, it'll be just a simple div. So now everything is looking the same, but if you click download, it'll actually immediately download the image, and you can see that it works wonderfully. There we go, that's great. But all the other links won't do anything for now, because what they have to do is open up a new modal. And that modal looks something like this. I mean, if you check this out, this is the modal for sharing, and we have a modal for renaming, as well as moving to trash and so much more. We'll make it super reusable. So let's actually focus on implementing that dialog or that modal that'll show up. We have a dialog here, but then within it, we're showing the menu. So sometimes we need to show this dialog content in form of a modal. And we can do that by saying const render dialog content is equal to an arrow function that looks like this, and then it can return some kind of a dialog content. So we can say dialog content coming from components UI dialog, and then we can say dialog. Now, when will we render this dialog content and where? We're going to render it at the bottom of this dialog we created right here, where we have the drop-down menu. Right below it, we'll call the render dialog content as a function. Immediately, we'll get some errors. Let's see what they're saying. They're saying that a dialog content requires a dialog title. Okay, that's not a problem. Let's just head over to chat.cn, search for dialog, and copy everything from within the dialog content. That's going to look something like this. It has the content, the header, the title, description, and all that good stuff. And of course, we need to get the imports for the dialog as well, now that we're actually putting it to practice. So let me copy it right here and paste it. Now, if we go back and click rename, you can see that a new modal shows up. But now is our turn to style it properly. So let's give this dialog content a class name equal to shad-dialog and button. That's much better. Let's give the dialog header a class name of flex, flex-call, and a gap of 3. Let's give the dialog title a class name of text-center and text-light-100. And now it needs to render a label, specifically an action label. So what we can do is say if there is no action, we're going to simply return null, nothing. But if there is an active action, we can simply destructure the value and the label from that action. So we don't have to say action.label every time. We can simply render the label. There we go. Now the label says rename. We don't need a dialog description in this case, but below the title, we want to make different checks for different types of actions. So if a value is triple equal to rename, in that case, we want to render an input field that looks something like this, coming from components UI input. It'll have a type of text and a value equal to. And now the question is, where are we going to get the value from? Well, we're going to keep it all in the state. So right here at the top, we can create a new useState snippet and call it name, which is going to mean file name. At the start, equal to file.name, because we already have the file name, but we might want to modify it. So now if we head down, we can pass the value equal to name. If you save that and click rename, you can see that the value is already populated, exactly what we want. Now we also have to somehow keep track of the change in that name. So we can say onChange is equal to, we get an event, and then we call the set name with e.target.value. So now if you decide to change it, you can freely change it like this, new file name. Of course, we need to be able to submit that somehow. So let's go below the dialog header. Let's create an array and say if an option is rename, delete, or share, if any one of these three are included, so that includes the value of the current action, then let's render a dialog footer as well. This dialog footer will have a class name equal to flex, flex-call, a gap of 3, and on medium devices, a flex of row, because we don't have enough space to show it in a column. And within it, of course, we'll render a button, a submit button, as well as a cancel button. So this first one can be a cancel, and the second one will be a submit. Within the submit, I'll render a p tag with a class name of capitalize, and there I will render the value, which simply means the action we're trying to perform, like rename. Also, next to that, we have to know whether we're currently loading. So I'll create a new useState, and I'll call it isLoading, set isLoading, at the start set to false. And then I can say if isLoading, then render an image that's going to have a source of assets, icons, loader.svg with an alt tag of loader, a width of about 24, a height of about 24, and a class name of animate-spin. And we can close it. Here we go. That's looking good. I'll reload the page. There we go. Let's now give functionalities to these buttons. I'll create two new functions. One will be called const close all modals, which is going to be equal to a function that simply sets everything to false. Set is modal open, false. Set is dropdown open, false. Set action, we want to reset the action that was selected, so set it to null. Set name back to the original file.name. And later on here, we also want to reset the set emails that we're trying to share this account with in case the user didn't proceed with the sharing. This will be if we cancel the action. But if we don't cancel it, then we want to handle it. So we can create a new handle async function called handle actions, and we can call these on their appropriate buttons. So on the cancel button, we want to give it an on click equal to close all modals with a class name of modal-cancel-button. If we save it, now even if we change something and I click cancel, it closes it and the changes didn't take effect. Great. Now let's do the opposite with the second button by giving it an onClick equal to handle actions. Or no, that should have been action singular because it can only do one at a time. So handle action. And we can also give it a class name equal to modal -submit -button. There we go. This is looking good. So now we have a fully functional modal that allows us to perform different actions. Or at least it properly showcases the action for the rename at the time being. So now that we have the UI to make this functionality work, let's implement the logic for the rename file functionality. Let's do it together in the next lesson. To implement the rename functionality, let's go back to our code and let's head over to file.actions.ts. We can scroll down and we can create a new function by saying const rename file is equal to an async function that accepts a couple of props, which we're going to destructure, such as the file ID, the name of the file, the extension, and the path to regenerate. All of these types are going to be of a type rename file props, and we can open up a function block. Now we have to implement it. To start implementing it, let's open up a function block. Let's get access to the databases coming from Appwrite, which is equal to create admin client. Let's open up a try block as well as a catch block. And within the catch, we can handle the error by saying fail to rename the file. But within the try, we can try to form a new name. So const new name is equal to a template string of name.extension. And then we simply get the updated file by saying is equal to await databases.update document. So in this case, we're updating the metadata stored in the database and not the file within the storage. That's because we're handling files metadata within the database. So now we have to choose the database ID, then the collection ID, then the file ID which we want to update, and finally provide the data which we want to update. We want to update the name to the new name. And after that, we want to revalidate the path to point to this new path and return parse stringify the updated file. Now we can export this rename file and we can use it within our actions dropdown. If we head over to this handle action, we can first check if there is no action, then we simply want to return, not do anything. If we start doing anything, that means that we must start with the loading. I'm going to set the success status equal to false at the start, but we can change it later on. And then I want to create an object of all the different actions and the corresponding functionalities attached to those actions, such as a rename action. On rename, we want to call a callback function that calls this rename file function, to which we need to pass the file ID, name, extension, and everything else. So let's say file ID is equal to file.$ID. Then the name is equal to name, extension is equal to file.extension, and we pass in the path. That's going to look something like this. The path in this case has to come from use path, of course. So let's say const path is equal to use path name coming from next navigation. There we go. And now we're handling the action of a rename. Of course, for share, it's going to be an entirely different callback function that'll do a different thing. Same thing for delete. But for now, let's focus on rename. So we can modify the success status based on the return of the action. Bear with me, this will be a bit more complicated. We want to await actions, and then we want to access a specific action value, meaning if it's rename, then we want to just call the rename functionality. So we'll just call it like this. Finally, if we have a success, then we want to close all modals and set is loading to false. Now let's put the success as a let variable because we're modifying it right here. And let's also define the types right here, saying that action.value will be as key of type of actions. This way it knows that it can be only one of these three things: rename, share, or delete. And then we can call actions.rename, share, or delete. In this case, we're calling rename. So now if we go back to the browser and try to rename this error screenshot, we can do that by saying rename. Let's call it error screenshot and click rename, and it should call that server action. And you can see that it successfully renamed it. That's great. The second one is a screenshot of the React.js full course. So let's simply rename it to React full course. And that's it. Our rename functionality now works. Now, in a very similar manner, we'll implement all the other functionalities, like view details, which is going to be even simpler, or maybe move to trash, like this, or even the toughest one, which is going to be the share, where we'll be able to choose which users we want to share it with based on the email. So next, let's focus on this one right here, which is view file details, such as the file size, the owner, the last edit, and the format. To start implementing file details, head over to the components folder and create a new file called actions modal content.tsx and run RAFCE. We're going to use this actions modal content to create some helper components to display things within our action dropdown. So right within here, we won't have just a single default export called actions modal content. Instead, we'll have multiple smaller exports that are going to help us form the UI in the action dropdown. We can call the first one file details, like this, and export const file details. These file details will accept the actual file, which is going to be of a type. File is models.document, models coming from Node Appwrite. Now we can head back over to the action dropdown, head down to render dialog content, and so far we have covered the case where the value is equal to rename. But in this case, we want to make a check and see if value is equal to details. And if it is, we want to render a self-closing file details component like this, to which we can provide a file is equal to file. Now back within documents, if we head over and click details, you'll be able to see file details. So let me collapse the browser and head over into the file details component. Within here, we can first create an additional helper component, const image thumbnail, which is going to be a component for displaying file information. So let's pass it the file equal to file modules.document, and it can have an immediate return, meaning just parentheses, where it'll return a div with a class name equal to file-details-thumbnail, if we spell class name properly. And now we want to use it within the file details. So right here, I'm going to use an empty React fragment, and within it, I will display image thumbnail, to which I will pass the file, which is equal to file. Now I'll collapse this just so we can see the browser as well. And you can see what soon will become the image thumbnail. So let's actually render the thumbnail by rendering the thumbnail component, which we created not that long ago, to which we have to pass the file type. We also have to pass the file.extension. And finally, we have to provide the URL equal to file.url. And we can close it right here. If you do that, we can see a little thumbnail of the file. Below it, let's render a div that'll have a class name equal to flex-call and flex. And within it, I'll render a p tag that'll render a file.name. We can style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to subtitle-2 and margin bottom of 1. And below it, I want to render a formatted date and time, to which we're going to pass a file $created at property. and a class name equal to caption. If I save this, you can now see a little timestamp appearing right here. And that's going to be it for our image thumbnail. But now we can continue adding more file details. So let's create an additional helper component called detail row. Const detail row is equal to a component that accepts a label and a value for that label. We can define those with different types, label of a type string and the value of a type string, and we can have an immediate return. We're going to return a div with a class name is equal to flex, a paragraph within which we'll render the label, and it'll have a class name equal to file-details-label, and I'll duplicate it below, change this to value, and then change the actual value of label to value. If I save this, we can now use this detail row, if I fix the spelling right here within our file details. So let's do just that. I'll call a single details row as a self-closing component to which I'll pass the label equal to format and then a colon and a value equal to file.extension. If we save it, you can now see format PNG. If I duplicate it 1, 2, 3 more times, we can also provide a size equal to file dot, but of course we have to wrap it in convert file size and then call file.size. There we go. The next one will be owner. So who is the owner of the file? That's going to be file.owner.full name. And finally, we can do something like last edit, which is going to be file $updated at. There we go. And we can also wrap this in format date and time. It's this function right here, to which we will pass the file updated at. Of course, this format date and time has to be imported. So if we do that properly, and if we head over to details, you can see format PNG, size, owner, and last edit. We can compare it with the design, and it looks like it's quite similar, but the text is left aligned. So I have to left align these values, which we can do by wrapping these detail rows in a div and putting them all together and giving this div a class name equal to space-y-4, padding x of 2, and padding top of 2 as well. This will at least give it some spacing, but to fully align it, we can give those two p tags a text-left property, which will align it on the left, and now this is looking much better. This is looking great to me. So right below the details action, we now want to deal with the share functionality. Yep, share is coming next, and it is one of the most exciting features of our application because it'll allow us to share the files with other accounts. So let's do that next. To implement the share functionality, let's add a new check right here and see if the value is equal to share. If that is the case, we can render a new component. Let's call it share input. Of course, this is a new component that we haven't created yet, so let's head over to the components folder and create a new share input.tsx, run RAFCE inside of there, and let's simply import it right here. Once you have it, this share input will have to know which file do we want to share. So let's pass over the file. Let's also create a new use state at the top, and let's call it emails and set emails at the start equal to an empty array. This is going to be an array of emails with which we want to share the file. And let's also create another function right here. I'll call it const handle remove user. And that's going to be a function that will remove the users from the sharing functionality if needed. So now let's pass those props over to this component right here. So if value is equal to share, and that's going to go below the details, then we can pass it over the onInput change, which can be equal to set emails. And in the same way, we can also pass the onRemove equal to handle remove user. And I just noticed that I messed up the value check for the details. It should have been triple equal sign. So only if it is details, then we show that modal. Still works, but now we can work on the share. There we go. So now let's head over into the share input. Let's implement the UI, and then we can focus on implementing the functionality. We already know which three props we want to get. We want to have the file, the onInput change, and onRemove, and these will be of an interface called props. So let's define the props right here by saying interface props, and it's going to have a file equal to models.document. It'll also have an onInput change, which is going to be a React.dispatch. Specifically, it'll be a dispatch of React.setStateAction, which is going to set an array of strings. That's going to look like this. And finally, we have the onRemove, which is going to accept an email which we want to remove of a type string, and it'll return void, meaning nothing. Now, right within this share input, we can actually use an image thumbnail, which we created in the action model content. This one right here. So I want to make sure to use it. So you know what? If we kept the details right here, we can also keep the share input here as well. So let me actually copy this part, the interface and the share input declaration, and then I will actually remove the share input file itself, and I'll put it within the actions modal content right here below the file details. And of course, we'll have to fix the import within the actions dropdown. So let's head over to actions dropdown, and let's fix the import. It's going to come from actions modal content. Of course, only after we actually export it by saying export const share input. Great. So now let's use this image thumbnail, which we have created just above. That's going to be image thumbnail, not the image, but rather image thumbnail, which is going to accept a file equal to file. That's going to look something like this. And let's make sure that it's actually taking account of the changes. If I head down and see where we have this share, it's pointing to the right one. I'll reload the page as well. Go over here to share, and now we can see the image thumbnail. This is great. So we know what we are sharing. Now, right below it, we can create a new div with a class name equal to share-wrapper. And within it, we can create a new p tag that's going to say share file with other users. And of course, we can style it further by giving it a class name equal to subtitle-2, padding left of 1, and text-light of 100. Next, right below it, I'll render an input. This input will come from components UI input, and to it, we can pass a type, which is equal to email, a placeholder equal to enter email address. On change, we can handle that event by saying onInput change, and then we can use the e.target.value, but in this case, I will trim it, and I will also split it based on commas, because sometimes maybe somebody wants to add multiple emails right within a single input. Finally, I'll give it a class name equal to share-input-field. Okay, that's looking better. Right below it, let's create another div and give it a class name equal to padding top of 4. Another div within it with a class name of flex and justify dash between. And within it, we can render a p tag that'll have a class name equal to subtitle-2 and text-light-100 that's going to say share with. And then below it, we can duplicate that p tag. And then here, we can say file.users.length users. So instead of saying share with users, I'm going to say shared with, and then here I'm going to show the number of users. And we can change this text light 200 to denote it like this. Right below it, we want to map over the different users. So let's create a new UL, an unordered list. Below the div, it'll have a class name equal to padding top of 2. And here we can say file.users.map. And then for each user email, we can automatically return an li, which is a list item. For each list item, we can give it a key equal to email because they'll be unique, with a class name of flex, items-center, justify-between, and a gap of 2 in between the elements within the list item. Then we can render a p tag with a class name of subtitle-2, and here we can display the email address. So now if we try to share it, I don't think we'll have anything there just yet because we cannot share it because we haven't yet implemented the share functionality, but that'll be there soon. Below the p tag, we can present a button which will allow a person to remove the user from sharing. So let's give it an onClick, which is going to call a callback function. And we're going to call the onRemove functionality, to which we can pass the email. This email is of a type string right here. And within the button, let's not just say remove, let's actually render an icon. So that's going to be an image that's going to have a source of assets, icons, remove.svg with an alt tag of remove. We can also give it a width of about 24, a height of 24, and a class name of remove-icon. So now later on, once we have the users here, you'll actually be able to remove them by tapping an X next to their email. But of course, now we actually have to implement the functionality to share the file with users whose emails we enter in here. First, we have a TypeScript error right here within our set state. That's because we haven't specified the type of this state, and we're going to say that it's going to be an array of strings, and then we should be good. So now let's actually implement the functionality to share our file. We can do that by heading over to file.actions.ts, and we're going to copy the entire rename file like this, and I'm going to paste it right below, but this time I will change the name to update file users. We're going to accept the file ID. This time we don't need the name, but rather we need the emails we're going to update it with, and we can get the path. And I'm going to change this over to update file users props. We once again get access to the database, but instead of trying to form the new name, we don't have to do that. We're simply trying to update the file by calling the databases.update document, to which we pass the database ID, so we know the file within which database to update. Then we let it know within which collection to update it, and finally the file ID. And then instead of changing the name, we want to change over the property of users and make it equal to emails of those users. That's going to look something like this. Finally, we revalidate path and pass over the updated file. So now if we head over back, we now have access to that server action. We also don't need this dialog description, so I can remove it. And what's going to happen is we're going to go here where we have the functionality for share. Remember, we already mapped all of our actions to specific actions that a user performs. So if the user is trying to press this button share, we want to call this new function we created. So here we can call the update file users. We're going to pass in an object containing file ID equal to file.$ID. That's going to look something like this. We want to pass over the emails, and we also want to pass over the path. So it's going to look something like this. So what do you say that we give it a shot? I'll enter my second email. I think I'm logged in with contact@jsmastery.pro. I'll share it with javascriptmastery00@gmail.com. It says share, and it looks like something has happened. And there we go, shared with JavaScriptMastery00. There seems to be some kind of a problem with this image right here. But other than that, the file seems to have been shared. Let's just see what is the issue with this content right here. So if I head over to share input, go down, we have this assets icons remove. Let's just give this button a class name equal to share-remove-user, so it looks less like a button and more like an actual icon. Of course, now to truly test this out, we have to log in with the email that we shared the file with. So let's give it a go. Oh, it looks like there's a problem. I shared the file with myself. So that's actually very good, because now that makes us implement the remove share functionality, which we haven't done yet. It is right here in action dropdown, and it's called handle remove user. To remove it, we just have to make it into an async function that accepts the email we're trying to remove of a type string. And then we have to form the new updated emails array equal to emails.filter, where we get each individual email, and we just check whether that email is not equal to the email that we're trying to remove. Once we do that, we can say const success is equal to await update file users, which is the server action we created. We're going to pass it the file ID, the emails equal to updated emails, and the path. And if we have a success, so if success, in that case, we simply set the emails equal to updated emails. And let's not forget to close all modals. So let's give it a shot. I'll go here and remove it. And there we go. Looks like the user has been removed. Now, let me actually share it with my second account by clicking share. There we go. I will log out so we can one more time see this great looking sign in functionality. I'll sign up with Adrian second, and I'll use my other email. Let's give it a go. There we go. An enter OTP appears. I'll just paste it in and click submit. Immediately, we're in. It doesn't yet appear on our homepage, but if we head over to documents, you can see the file right here, and you can see it is created by Adrian JS Mastery. This is looking great to me. All of the other information about the file, as well as the ability to view a file and even download it, is allowed to me within my second account, even though I never had to do anything with it. Another user just shared it with me, which I think is one of the most important functionalities from Google Drive, Dropbox, or any other file storage solution, allowing you to share your file with others. And in this case, since you have access to it, you can even share it with other people. A great exercise for you would be to implement some admin privileges, so now that the file has been shared with you, you cannot actually remove the admin that created it. I actually wanted to leave this in as an additional functionality that you can implement. But with that said, the next part we can focus on is what happens after the share, and that's going to be the delete functionality. Download, share, details, and rename have been implemented. The delete functionality is the only one that remains. To implement the delete file functionality, we can check for the value of the action equal to delete, in which case we can trigger a delete modal. So let's say delete. And if that is the case, we can then render just a single p tag that's going to have a class name equal to delete-confirmation. And we can say something like, are you sure you want to delete? And then we can leave an empty space like this. After that, we can render a span that's going to have a class name equal to delete-file-name. And within it, we can render the file.name. And then we can put the question mark at the end. If we now try doing that by going over here and saying delete, you can see this, are you sure you want to delete error screenshot.png? And we can then choose cancel or delete. And of course, to implement the delete option, we actually have to create a new file.action, which will once again be very similar to the previous ones. So we can copy the update file users. We can paste it below. We can rename it to delete file. We need to get the file ID, which we want to delete. We need to get the bucket file ID as well, so we know where it's stored in the memory. And then we need to get the path. And this will be of a type delete file props. Now that we have that, we need to get access to the databases, but also the storage. So right here, we have to say storage is equal to await create admin client. First, we delete it from the database, and that means deleting the metadata of the file. So we can say deleted file is equal to await databases.delete document. In this case, we delete it from the database with this ID, from this collection, and then this file. In this case, we don't have to pass a fourth parameter because we only want to delete it. After that, if we delete it from the database, so if deleted file exists, in that case, we also want to delete it from the storage by saying await storage.delete file, and we want to delete the file from the Appwrite bucket ID, and we want to delete the file with the bucket file ID. If we do that, we can revalidate the path and finally send over a object that has a status of success. So if we give that a go, we can actually import the delete file right here under our set of different actions, or we have the delete, and we can call the delete file, to which we can pass an object of the file ID equal to file.$ID. We can also pass the path, but let's not forget to pass the bucket file ID equal to file.bucket file ID, because this time we actually have to delete it from the storage as well. So if we do that, let's try to delete this error screenshot. I'll go over and delete it and click delete. It seems like nothing has happened. That's because delete seems to be unused in this case. At least it says that it is an unused property, even though we're using the actions and then action value of, key of, type of actions. So we are actually accessing the delete property right here, which should be of a type promise of any. Let me reload the page here. Oh, and looks like the file got deleted. So let me actually log out and let me log into my second account. So that's going to be the contact@jsmastery.pro, where we have another file. And let's log in. Let's head over to images. And it looks like we have no files over here. What about documents? Yep, no files here either. Interesting. Let's try to add a few more files. But actually, I'll take some time to find some good images to upload them, some good media as well, and maybe even some documents. So I'll pause the video. You can go ahead and find some of your files, or you can find some online as well, and then we can upload them together just so we have more files over here. I'll head over to Unsplash for some images. Let's go ahead and take this nice looking interior. I'll quickly download it. Let's also find some more, like this wall right here. Oh, maybe this dog as well. There's also this great site called Cover, where you can find some great video footage, which is completely free. Oh, it looks like they have music as well. But let's go with videos for now, and let's download any one that is below 50 megabytes. Most of these should be, I believe. Yep, there we go, 2 megabytes. I'll go ahead and download it. Let's get this coffee as well, full HD. Just so we have some stuff to work with within our storage application. There we go. This one is cool as well. And you know what? Let's do music as well. I think I saw that they offer music. So if I head over here at the top, I'll click music and I'll download any ones from here, just a couple. I'll get all of them in standard quality. And finally, we need some PDFs. And what better place to find some PDFs than under some of these YouTube videos? there's a great PDF guide for the Next.js crash course, which is actually a huge 200 and something page long ebook, which you can download. But I think that's a bit too large to upload it to our platform. So let's maybe go with something like this Git and GitHub guide, which you can download by going to Resources, and then you can simply enter your name and email, and you can get it in your email immediately. There we go, here it is. So let me download it and press download at the top. I believe now we have one of each. We have images, media, storage, and others. So let's go over to upload. I'll head over to my downloads, and I will try to upload all of these at once. Let's see if that actually works. This is a real test for our application. I'll click open, and check this out. It's uploading all of them at once. It even has the thumbnails for images, it has a video icon for videos, it has a music icon for music, and we even got one alert saying that the Next.js ebook was too good to be uploaded. Just kidding, it was too large. But as you can see, we had real-time alerts about all of these files, and now if you head over to documents, we can see all of them right here. If you head over to images, we can also see all of them. Media has all of them, and that's another issue, right? Because currently we're fetching all the files, but what we need to do is we need to sort them based on their type. So on media, we should only be showing media, on images, we should only be showing images, and so on. But damn, is it so good to be able to see a full library of files just like this. And I mean, check this out. If you wanna open up this MP3, you just click it and the music just started playing. If you wanna open up a PDF guide, check this out, it immediately opened it up within my browser. Or maybe you wanna open up an image, well, that works too. And of course, we can perform all of these different actions on every single one of these files. Let's try to actually remove one of these songs. I'll go with this Discover preview right here to see if the delete functionality works. So, are you sure you wanna delete Discover preview? I'll click delete. And there we go, it was deleted immediately. Great work, now we know that deletion is working, and the next thing we'll do is we'll fix up our get files. I think that's how we called it. Let's see where it is. There we go, get files, so that it can actually sort and filter files based on their type. Let's do that next. To fetch the files based on the file type, we first have to head over to the dynamic type page and notice that right now we're just extracting the type from the params, but we're not actually sharing it anywhere. If you see, this type variable is completely unused besides being right here in the title. So let's use this type and let's pass it over as a prop inside of an object to our get files. Next, we can get into the get files functionality and we can accept the type right here by destructuring it, getting the types, and making it equal to an array. So this is one important differentiation that I want to make, is that here we're just passing the type, but instead of that, let's do types, okay? Because sometimes we might want to show multiple types. So how are we going to filter it properly? Well, I created a quick utility function that'll help us do just that. We can say const types is equal to get file type params, and to it we can pass the type. And we can say as file type array, like this. If you look into the get file type params, you'll notice that for documents, it returns an array of documents. For images, it's images. For other, it is other. But for media, it includes both the video and audio. So now we can simply say types and then make it equal to types, like this. Let's head back over into get files and let's give it a prop type of get files props, like this. And now we can use those types to properly fetch the data. Right here, where we're calling the create queries, to that, we can pass the second parameter of types. And now in the create queries functionality, we can accept those types right here as the second parameter, which is going to be equal to an array of strings like this. And we can form an additional query based on the types. So I'll say if types.length is greater than 0 In that case, we want to push an additional queries by saying queries.push, query.equal, and we want to make it equal if a type is equal to the types that we are sharing over right here. So that's it. We have just added the type filtering by adding an additional query into the create queries, and we're now fetching the files based on that additional query right here. So let's save it. Let me reload the page and check this out. Now we have only images. If we head over to documents, we have a document. In media, we have both the video and audio, and in others, we don't have anything yet right now. So this is looking great, and this was pretty simple. But actually, this was just a first step into implementing our search. Yep, types will be connected with search as well. Why? Because we will do it all through this single file action. And you might be wondering how? Well, that's because we'll use search params to manage the URL query. Once we search something, we will append an additional question mark right here, and then say something like query is equal to, let's take this small white dog example, by saying query is equal to small, okay? And when I go here, we'll want to access this query, and then based on it, filter the data. We can do that by extracting the search params right here from props by saying search params. And then we can say const search text is equal to, we want to await search params, and then question mark dot query. And I want to say that this is as string, or it'll be an empty string at the start. Let's properly close this right here. And we can duplicate this search text with sort as well, because later on we'll also be adding sorts to this. So we can say query small, and then we can say and sort is latest, for example. So now we can extract those values such as search text and sort, and we can pass them as additional parameters to the get files functionality. So alongside types, let's pass the search text, and let's also pass the sort. So now I can head over to get files, and I'll expand this just so we can see the search query right here at the top. There we go. Let's accept those additional parameters right here by getting the search text, which at the start can be set to an empty string if we don't have any other value. For the sort, we're going to give it a default value of $, created at -DESC, which stands for descending, and limit as well, in case we want to limit to a couple of files per page. Now that we have all of those props, we can actually pass it into form queries. So I'll pass it right here. After types, I'll pass the search text. After that, I'll pass the sort. And finally, I'll pass the limit. Now let's head into the create queries. And in the same way that we have pushed this additional query for the type, we can duplicate it 2 more times. And if we have search text, so if search text exists, which of course we have to get through props. So let's get it right here. Search text of a type string. Then we have sort of a type string. And finally, we have an optional limit of a type number. There we go. That's better. So if we have search text, then we push query dot contains, since we're searching for text, name contains the search text. What does that mean? Well, that means that we're comparing this small white dog photo with the query coming from here. And you can see it actually queried it. If I search for something like, I think we had red in the other title. There we go, white house, red roof, that works. And if I search for white, it should actually show both the dog and the house, which means that search works properly. And let's also add an additional query by limit. So if limit exists, then queries.push, query.limit, and we can simply pass the limit right into it. So we can limit to a specific number of photos or files per page. We can also apply sorts by saying const, sort const, and then destructure the array of sort by and order by. and make that equal to sort.split. Okay, why are we splitting the sort? Well, that's because the sort will contain both the sort and the order in which we want to sort it. For example, we saw an example of that sort right here, where we use the default for the get file. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Created add, and then the actual order. So we want to sort it by the order of creation in a descending order. Once we get each one of these sorts, we can use the queries dot push. If order by is equal to ascending ASC, then we can return a query dot order ASC based on the sort by, and else we can return a query dot order DESC and based on the sort by. So that can be sorted by title or name or maybe created at or whatever else. Oh, after I change the sort, it looks like something has happened. It says attribute not found in schema white, referring to list documents right here. Interesting. Let me try to remove the sort from here, and still the same thing happens. If we open up the terminal, we can see it says invalid query, attribute not found in schema white. Interesting. Let's see why this might be. Let me check the order of parameters we're passing into create queries. We have current user, types, and then after that we have search sort limit. Okay, is that the same thing we're passing into it? Let's see. Search sort limit. Yep, this is looking good to me. We first generate the queries, and then based on different if statements, we push additional queries into it. Now it's referring to white, so it's referring to the query, which is equal to white in this case. Specifically, search text is currently set to white. So we're simply pushing the query where the query contains, specifically the variable of attribute name, contains the search text of white. I don't see why that would be a problem. And this only started happening after we added the sorts. If I remove the sorts, you can see that it works and we can see white dog and white house. So what actually broke it with these queries right here? Well, first, let's check whether we have a sort. So if sort exists, then we can do those additional things right here. If sort doesn't exist, let's not do anything with it. If there is no sort, it should be set to created at descending. Let's try to console log the queries to see if that gives us any more information. So I'll say console log queries. I'll reload the page and then scroll up. And there we go. Here are the queries. You can see that we have a contains query for the name of white, which is great. But then we have a method of order descending with the attribute of white. Interesting. Why is it picking the name, or in this case the search text, when it comes to the sorts? Oh, I see why. I copied this and I forgot to change this sort right here to sort. Oh, that's my bad. Okay, as soon as I fixed it, the error is gone. And now I think we should be able to actually sort it as well. We'll test that later on once we implement the sort toggle. But in any case, we're good. And now we have complete functionality for sorting based on type, as well as based on search. But of course, our users are not going to really search through files through the URL bar. We want to implement this global search functionality right at the top. So let's close all of the currently open files and let's head over to search.tsx, which is a component that we created before and completely left alone. Now we want to come back to it and implement it. Let's go to this size right here so we can see it, and let's bring it to life. To implement the search, let's start with the UI. But for that to work, I'll move the browser to the left side because the search is right here to the left. And I'll move the code editor to the right. This should be more than enough space. Oh, I actually like it this way. Now let's give this div a class name equal to search. And within it, let's create a new div that's going to have a class name equal to search dash input dash wrapper. Right within that div, we can create an image, which will just be a search icon. So let's give it a source of /assets /icons /search search.svg. Let's also give it an alt tag of search with a width of 24 and a height of 24 as well. That's just going to be a little search icon. But now we have to add an actual input coming from components UI input, and we have to create a new use state to manage it. So let's create a new use state, call it query, and set query at the start equal to an empty string. Since we're using use states, we have to turn this component into a use client component, just like this. And now we can pass it over to our input as a value. Value is equal to query. Placeholder is equal to search, ... Class name is equal to search dash input. And on change, we can call the event and then call the set query based on the event.target.value. So now we can actually type into it. But of course, the changes are not yet happening. And in this case, we actually want to do something special. We want to implement a global search, which will search across all the files no matter on which page we're on. Even if we're in documents, it would be super simple to just query the documents, right? Based on the name. But this will act as the global search. So it'll show us all the files no matter where we're at. So now that we can actually modify the state of the query through a search, let's actually implement the functionality that'll fetch the files. I'll create a new use effect. Of course, the use effect has a callback function and a dependency array. If left empty, this effect will only happen once at the start of the load of this component. And in this case, I want to check if a search query exists. What search query are we talking about? Well, that's going to be the one coming from params. So this is going to be a bit different than fetching the search query right here from the type. Here, we're just destructuring it and then saying await search params.query. But if we're in a client component, the process is a bit different. Here, you can get it through the use search params hook. So let's say const search params is equal to use search params coming from next navigation. And then we can get the search string by saying const search string, or we can call it search query, is equal to search params.get query. Or it can be set to an empty string if there is nothing there. So now we can say if a search query doesn't exist, then simply set query, our current state query, to an empty string as well. And this will change whenever the search query changes. This is just the first step. If there's nothing there, reset the input. But now let's create another use effect. And within this one, we want to fetch the files by saying const fetch files is equal to an asynchronous function. We can call it right here by saying fetch files. And how can we fetch the files? By saying const files is equal to await get files. So this is the same server action we called before. And to it, we can pass everything else. We can pass the search text equal to query. Finally, once we get the files, we want to actually set them to the state. So we can say use state, let's call it results, set results, at the start equal to an empty array, and the type of this will be models.document, and specifically an array of model documents. And once we have the results, we also want to open up a new modal to show those results. So we can open up a new use state snippet, and let's call it open, set open, at the start equal to false. So now that we get the files right here, we can say set results is equal to files.documents, and we can set open to be set to true. Okay, let's give it a shot. I'll create a new piece of UI right here where I want to check if open is set to true. In that case, I want to create a UL, an unordered list, with a class name of search-result, within which I will say results. Let's see if that works. The results immediately appear here. That's good, but is there something in there? Well, let's find out. We can do that by saying results.length is greater than 0. If it is, then we'll return the results.map, where we get each individual file, and for each file, we're going to return an li, a list item. And else, if we don't have any results, we can simply return a p tag with a class name equal to empty-result. That's going to say no results or no files found. Let's make sure to properly close everything. There we go. I think we're good. And now, what are we going to do for each li? Well, first, let's give it a key because we're mapping over it. So the key will be equal to file.$ID. And let's make it render just the file.name to see if the search is working. Would you look at that? We immediately get all the files because we currently have no search query. But now if I type something like, let's go with white, currently there's no way for us to modify that because it's never recalling this use effect. But if I recall it every time that we change the query, the state of the query, and now if I type white, you can see that it actually filters the correct files. But we do have an error saying that the final argument passed to the use effect changed size between renders. Interesting. So it means that the query got cleaned. But that should never be the case because it should always be a string. So yeah, I think we're good now. And you can see that this search is fully functional. I'll show you how we can improve it even further very soon. But for now, let's finish the UI of how we show each one of these, because just seeing a file name isn't really doing it justice. So let's give each li a class name equal to flex, items-center, and justify-between. Within an li, let's create another div that'll have a class name equal to flex, cursor-pointer, items-center, and a gap of 4. And within it, we can render a thumbnail with a type of file.type, extension equal to file.extension, URL equal to file.url, and a class name equal to size-9 and min-w-9. If I close it here, this should already look so much better because now we have great looking icons right here. Next, we can render this file name above within the div, but let's wrap it in a p tag. So let me provide an opening and closing p tag with a class name equal to subtitle-2, line-clamp-1, so it fits in a single row, and text-light-100. There we go. That's looking much, much better. Finally, right below this div, let's also render the formatted date and time, to which we can pass the date of file $created at. That's going to look something like this. Let's properly close it. And let's also pass it a class name of caption, line-clamp-1, and the text-light of 200. There we go. So now we can see at least the time. And on large devices, we can see even the date alongside the full title. This is looking amazing. And check this out. Even if I'm on images and I start typing something like, let's go MP4, we can see all the MP4s, or maybe even we can see cinematic. Yep, this works as well. Now, if we click on it, nothing really happens, does it? So let's add a new function right here, and let's call it const handle click item. Here, we're going to get a single prop or param called file of a type models.document. And on click, we want to set open is set to false. So we want to close the modal, and we want to set result equal to an empty array. And we want to push to the page containing that file. For that, we can use the router functionality. So I'll say const router is equal to use router. Let's make sure that we imported it from the right place. Next navigation. That's good. And now we can say router.push, and we want to go to / file.type. And if it is video, then we want to go to media. Else, we want to go to file.type, a string of S. Because if it's image, it's going to be images. If it's document, it's going to be documents, and so on. And then we want to give it a question mark. Query is equal to query. So we want to keep the search, but we want to navigate over to that specific page. So now that we have this handle click item, let's actually pass it over as a link click to the LI by saying on click, handle click item, and point to a specific file. Now, if I click living room furniture, it will close it and point me to the images so I can find it very easily. Same thing if I go to search, and if I search for some kind of a document, like a PDF, I click on it, it points me to documents so I can find it. Same thing goes for videos and so on. Oh, it looks like it didn't actually work with audios because it says audios. It should actually be just, I think, media or video. So in that case, we need to modify our query a bit, saying if file type is video or audio, right? Because in those both cases, it should go to media. So I'm just going to duplicate this query and say file type is video or file type is audio, okay? And I'll wrap that in a parenthesis. In both cases, it should actually go to media. And it does seem that it is working right now. That is great. Now we still have to properly close the search if there's nothing there. So we can say something like right here at the top of the fetch files, if there is no query, in that case, we can set results to be equal to an empty array, and we can set open to false, and we can return router.push, and we want to push to the same path, but with no search query attached. So let's get the current path by saying const path is equal to use path name, and then we can push to path.replace search params .toString with an empty string like this. So we're going to simply nullify the search. If I reload and try searching for something, I'll try typing cinematic. You can see it shows. I click on it. I get redirected. That works. But if I clear the search, you can see all the other files and media, and everything works as expected. But now I want to show you a big optimization that we can make with this search. And that is implementing a concept known as debouncing. Why do we need the concept of debouncing? Let me show you. If I search for something like MP3, you see with every single keystroke, as I was typing, it made another request to the backend, to the database. And as a user continues to type, it's making a request for every single letter, which means that we're now overloading the database with these different requests. Instead of doing that, what if we could not make a single request until the user stops typing for a specific amount of time? Let's say maybe they continue typing and then they finish with the word white, and we send a single request to the database. Yep, that's possible. We can do that by using the concept of debouncing. In our Ultimate Next.js 15 course, I dove deep into the concept of debouncing. I think it was right here on their homepage, implementing a local search bar. Check this out. Here, we're implementing a search bar to search through all of the questions of the Stack Overflow application. And we need to really make it optimized. So first, I show you how to implement it like we did in this case, but then we dive into implementing the delay debounce function from scratch, using callbacks and just making sure that we don't overload our database. As you can see, this lesson on implementing this little search is about 36 minutes long. So here, I make sure that we really go in depth with explanations and implementations. So feel free to check out the course on jsmastery.pro. But with that said, even here, I'll show you how to implement the debounce. In this case, we won't implement it from scratch. We'll use the use debounce hook, a widely used hook with more than 1.6 million weekly downloads. It is super simple to use. Let me show you. You can just run npm I use debounce -- save. So let me install it right here by running that exact command, npm I use -debounce. And after that, it is super simple to use. You just import use debounce from use debounce at the top. After that, you need to call the hook and give the name to your debounced value. So I'll do it something like this. I'll say const use debounce. We want to debounce the field of query with a delay of 300 milliseconds. This means that the action will be only fired if a user hasn't entered another keystroke in the next 300 milliseconds. And here we can call it debounced query. What I'll do now is simply replace the query with the debounced query in the useEffects dependency array. So we won't make a request whenever the query changes. We'll make a request whenever the debounced query changes, which will only happen every 300 milliseconds max. But again, it might happen much less frequently if the user continues typing within that 300 millisecond time frame. Let's do a quick check to see if debounced query.length is == 0. Then we want to reset everything. And since we're checking the length, we don't need the exclamation mark right here. And instead of passing the query to search text, we're going to pass a debounced query. Let's see if it's properly accepting it. Search text right here. And it looks like it's expecting types as well. So we can say types is an empty array, because in this case, we're doing a global search. We don't care about filtering by types. We only care about searching. So if I go back, now, if I continue typing, you can see if I do it quickly, it will not make a single request. But as soon as I stop typing for a second, only then will it make the request. So I can type out the entire word of white, and we only get the results after it has been typed out. That's it with the global search and filtering based on types as well. Everything works incredibly well. Now we have a very quick lesson next, which is implementing the sort component. The sort functionality is done, but now we just want to implement a quick sort that looks something like this, that allows you to filter by name or maybe even the date. So let's do that next. I'll close all the files and I'll drag my browser to the left. To get started implementing the sort component, let's first install the chatcn select component, which will be of a great help. This is basically exactly what we need. So let's install it by copying the installation command and pasting it right here. npx chatcn add latest add select. Let's say y and then press enter and it's gonna get installed. Once you do that, let's copy its imports. And let's do it within the sort.tsx component. We already created it, but we never implemented the logic. So let me copy this here, and let me also copy the usage of the select. I'll paste it right here, fix this little typo, save it. And now if I go back and reload, you can see that we have a theme selector. But a theme selector is not really what we want. Instead, we want to be able to sort it, okay? So let's make slight modifications. Let me first access the router, meaning the routing functionality, by saying const router is equal to use router. And this use router is coming from Next navigation. Of course, if we're using the navigation, we have to turn this into a use client component. Then we can declare a function called handle sort, which is equal to a function that accepts a value of a type string, and then it can run the router.push. And we're going to push to, we first have to get the existing path by saying const path is equal to use path name coming from Next navigation. So we're going to start our URL with a path on which we're on, and then we're going to simply append to it a search param called sort, which will be equal to the value that we want to sort it with. Once we have that, let's give this select an on value change, and we can call the handle sort right here. And let's also give it a default value, which will be equal to sort types, which is going to come from constants 0.value. If you take a look into the sort types, you can see that we have basically, I think, 6 different types. That's going to be date created newest, oldest, name, ascending, descending, and then the size from highest to lowest. So once we have those, we can have a trigger to which we can pass the class name equal to sort dash select. And we have a select value to which we can pass the placeholder equal to sort types 0.value. So now we can see it says created at descending as a placeholder value. After that, we have the select content to which we can pass a class name equal to sort dash select dash content. And then within it, we can map over all of the different select items. So let me simply say sort types dot map, and then for each different sorting option, we will simply return one of these select items. I can remove the other two, and we're gonna of course change how this select item behaves by giving it a key equal to sort.label, because labels are unique. I'm gonna give it a class name equal to shad-select-item, and most importantly, we have to dynamically render the value, which is going to be sort.value. And within the select item, we can render the sort.label, so the user knows what they're selecting. If I do that, check this out. We have all of these different sorting options, and I actually want to expand my browser for this so you can see the full URL bar. I'll head over to documents, or no, maybe media, because we have the most media, and let's try to sort it. Here we have it by date created newest, and currently the man strumming guitar is the last one based on date. So let's switch it to oldest, and it looks like nothing has happened. Oh wait, now it switched it. So it seems like the first switch didn't actually work. Interesting. Let's try one more time. I'll reload and select oldest, and then I'll go back and switch to newest, and that worked. It's a bit tricky to check the dates right now because they're all uploaded at a similar time. It might be a couple of milliseconds of a difference, but let's try switching it by name. So if I say name A to Z, we can see that it starts with the letter C, it moves to D, M, and P, so this is looking good. And if we do this one, it's actually going the other way around. What about the size? This should be easy to check. We have 5.7 at the top, 1.9 at the bottom. And if we switch it, that works. So let me actually reload and try to immediately switch it by the size. Yep, that works too. Okay, so I think we're good. We can also check for the images. Let me do it by size. Yep, that works. About created at works. Name works as well. Wonderful. Believe it or not, it was that easy to implement the sorting functionality on all of these different pages because we are reusing the same single sort component, and it doesn't have to do any extra logic besides simply modify the URL bar with the new sort, and then our file action for getting the files to which we automatically pass the sort does the rest by modifying the queries if a sort exists. Great work. But now that we have all of these things looking quite good, what's going to happen with the dashboard? We kind of left it on its own for the time being. To implement our dashboard, I prepared something quite special. See, within our Ultimate Next.js course, we often have something known as active lessons. These are lessons which we specifically craft beforehand and give you the task so you can develop something on your own. It doesn't just tell you what to build, but it goes into the why and specifically how you can approach it. It contains examples, resources, and heck, even a hint that is blurred out until you click it and decide that you need some help. So as you can see, they can get pretty big, and the Next.js course is full of them. You can see for the database creation model, we have an active lesson for creating each one of these models in the database. starting from the task to the how to the additional resources and then hints. Now, why am I telling you this? Well, first of all, because I'm proud of how well we created the Next.js course, but the second reason is to show you that I have prepared an active lesson for you to build this dashboard of the Stored project. Yep, there is a task, there is an example pointing to the Figma link, as well as all of the resources you might need and the implementation of how you can do it with the data fetching, chart components, and even additional hints you can check out if you get stuck. As you can see, it's pretty lengthy, so take your time, don't rush it, really give it a go, and trust the process. So in this case, we won't be doing it together. I want you to take what we have right now, the entire code base, see if you can figure out the bits and pieces of how it works, the file and folder structure, where you can add additional server actions if you need to, and where you would actually implement the dashboard. Of course, it would go into the root and then page, where we currently only have this homepage. Of course, the final repo containing the full code will be linked down below. But for now, I'll show you how it should look like. As you can see, it's going to be about a 100-line long page where we basically get all the files using the same server action we have created before, but we're using a little bit of an optimization here by using parallel data fetching. We're fetching both the total space as well as the files, and since one doesn't depend on the other, we can fetch them at the same time, effectively making the load time 2 times faster than it would usually be. Of course, to make this happen, we also have to create some additional actions, and that's basically one single action in the file actions file. So let's scroll to the bottom of it, where I hope you implemented it. Of course, your naming doesn't have to be the same as it is in my case, but basically I called it get total space used. And in this case, it uses the create session client, so we have to import it. And I switched this over right here, so there's no errors. And I believe this is it. Let's see what else do we need. We need to get a thumbnail from the components thumbnail, which we already created, but we also have to export it by adding the export to it. We have the formatted date and time, which we also already created, but forgot to export. And finally, we're using the actions dropdown, but I think in my version of the code base, I called it action dropdown. So we can just fix the naming right here and then import it right here at the bottom. And in our case, it's not a named import, it's a default import. So we can do it just like this. And finally, we have to install shadcn charts. So I'll say npx shadcn add latest, add chart, and immediately it'll be installed. And you can see that this red squiggly line will remain there because this chart component is not a shadcn component. It is actually an additional chart that we need to create that then uses the shadcn charts. So let's head over to the components and create the last component of the day. I'll call it chart.tsx, and you can find the code either in the active lesson, or if it's not there, it's going to be in the final repo, chart.tsx. If you do that, let's close the files and reopen the homepage one more time. Oh, it looks like this red squiggly line didn't get removed, even though we're properly importing the chart from the chart page. Oh, I think it's gone, so I think we're good. And with that, if we go back here, check this out. We have the available storage, only 40 megabytes out of 2 gigabytes in total available. We can see how much of each specific file type we have, and we can also see a list of recent files uploaded. And we can immediately perform actions on all of them directly from the dashboard. Now this is looking like a real storage management solution. So how did you like it? I hope this active lesson gave you enough info for you to be able to build it on your own. But if not, I hope you were able to take some pieces of the puzzle of the full solution and then just put them all together. Let me know whether you'd like me to include more active lessons like this or if this was too hard. And as I said before, if you enjoyed this active lesson and you want more hands-on practice, check out the Ultimate Next.js course. More than 50 interactive lessons available. And once again, if you experienced any issues while developing it, just make sure to go to the GitHub repo of this project and refer to it. Knowing how to read and use other people's code bases is crucial for growing as a developer. So if you can't do that effectively, you'll have to improve there. So even if you didn't complete it on your own successfully, make sure to patch it all together so it works like it does on my end right here. By putting this page.tsx together, as well as the chart component and file actions like get total space used. And with that said, we are ready to focus on the deployment. To get our project deployed, as with all the other great Next.js projects, we first have to push it over to GitHub. So head over to github.com and create a new repo. Let's call it something like Storage Management Solution, or you can call it Store-it or whatever name you prefer. Create a repo. Now we'll have to follow these commands within our editor. So let's open up the terminal, stop it from running, and then run git init to initialize an empty repo within this project. Now, when I was deploying this project before, I encountered some errors. So I know how to fix them before they happen. So let me show you. The error I experienced was this one, saying route / couldn't be rendered statically because it used the cookies functionality. So that means that it requires dynamic server usage. So how would you go about fixing something like this? Well, the solution is pretty simple. Let's head over to layout.tsx of the root, and right at the top of that file, add a new export const dynamic and make it equal to force-dynamic. Now, why are we doing this? Well, that's because Next.js says that this page couldn't be rendered statically as it uses the cookies. That means that the page or component you're trying to render relies on data from cookies, which requires dynamic behavior. Static pages are pre-rendered at build time and cannot use runtime-specific features like the cookies, which are only available at request time. So, setting this export const dynamic to force dynamic will make the page render on the server for each request, which is not the same as client-side rendering. Now, let's follow the next steps for pushing our repo to GitHub. I'll run git add dot to add all the files, git commit -m first commit, git branch -m main, git remote add origin, and then the link to this page. But it looks like I pushed before, so I'll have to actually change it to origin 1. And finally, git push u origin main. If you do that and go back to GitHub and reload, you can now see your code base appear right here. We needed to do that for Vercel to recognize it. As you can see, I'm using Vercel to host all of my projects, even our great course platform. But now head over to add a new project, and it should be right here at the top, added about 48 seconds ago. So just import it, storage management solution, and it's going to ask you to add environment variables. So going back to our project and heading over to .env.local, there's a little trick that you can do, which is just copy everything from this file and then paste it in this first input. This will automatically populate all of the other key and value pairs. Once you do that, don't deploy it just yet. I remembered that we might have 1 or 2 TypeScript errors left, or even ESLint errors left, which are not really errors if you think about it, but they could potentially disallow us from building this project on Vercel, even though I'm trying to find some of them, and it looks like we've been paying very good attention to remove all of these TypeScript type errors and ESLint errors. So you know what? Let's give it a shot. If it doesn't work, we can just try to maybe suppress the warnings just so the build goes through. But who knows? Maybe we did a phenomenal job and the codebase is squeaky clean. With that said, let's go ahead and deploy it. And fingers crossed, hope for the best. About 56 seconds have passed and we seem to have an error in the build log. Was I right? Yep, I was right. We did leave just some unused variables in the mobile navigation. But other than that, our codebase was very well done. So what I will do is head over to mobile navigation to quickly remove those unused variables. As you can see, it's just 2 lines right here, which are not breaking anything. But again, TypeScript and ESLint don't like them. And I'll head over to next.config.ts and then say TypeScript. And then add ignore build errors to true. And I'll do the same thing for ESLint by saying ignore during builds is set to true. Now, if we make a push by saying git add dot git commit dash ignore build errors, and then git push, if you go back to Vercel, specifically to your projects, click on that project and go to deployments, you can see that another deployment is being built. Let's see how this one goes. And there we go. The build is built. You can see it also populated our favicon right here at the top. So head over to project and click visit at the top right. You'll be able to see that we have an application error. A server-side exception has occurred. And this seems to be happening on our homepage. And I'm actually super glad that this happened because I want to teach you how to debug it. Deployment errors are common and you need to know how to fix them. So if you head over to inspect element and go to the console, you'll notice that you have some kind of an error message. But let's see if it's useful. It says error. An error occurred in the server components render. The specific message is omitted in production builds to avoid leaking sensitive details. A digest property is included on this error instance, which may provide additional value about the nature of the error, but again, doesn't give us a lot of info. So how do you debug server errors if you no longer have a terminal? It's pretty simple. You head over to Vercel, you go to logs, and then right here, you can find more details about the error. In this case, we get an error no session coming from root page. So let's go ahead and console log the no session thing because it does appear to be something that we wrote. So if I search for no session, you can see that it only occurs a single time within our entire code base. So that's already a good sign. It occurs when we're trying to create a session client. But when are we trying to call this from the homepage? Let's see. If I head over to page root right here, and then you can see that we're not really calling that create client. But if you head over to the layout of the root, you'll notice that we're calling the get current user, the first thing ever. And right here within it, we're calling the create session client, which then throws an error in case there's no active session. Which makes sense, right? Because we cannot have a session if a user hasn't logged in yet. So the only thing you have to do is wrap the get current user in a try and catch block like this. In the catch, we of course get access to the error and we can maybe just console log the error. But we have to pull everything else into the try block. So we actually catch an error if we throw it from the create session client. And you can see here that we say if user total is lower than or equal to 0, return null, which is totally okay. So right here, we're going to return null, not throw an error. And then if we don't have a user, we will redirect to sign in. Now let's go ahead and push those changes to our repo by saying git add dot git commit dash fix deployment. That's a common one. And then finally git push. If you do that, you can head over to your deployment and let's wait for the new build to go through and hopefully that fixes the issue. And there we go. Our deployment is live and ready. We already knew that's going to happen, but is it actually working? If I visit our storage management deploy solution and try to sign in with the email that I used before, or you can also create a new account, that's totally up to you, we should get an OTP verification modal, which just arrived to my email inbox. It's 681565. Press enter or submit, and immediately we are redirected to our beautiful looking dashboard. I mean, this is just amazing. It's a very detailed application with a lot of moving parts. I truly hope you enjoyed the build. We got a chance to learn a lot about file management, while of course using the latest and greatest best practices from Next.js to make sure that all of this loads super quickly. So if you'd like this free course, imagine what we'll do in the ultimate Next.js course. I mean, here we're going to dive into a lot of depth, teaching you how to use Next.js the right way. From hydration error fixes to stale data to even caching and different runtimes. There's a lot of stuff we'll cover. And of course, you'll improve your performance, dive deep into server and client components, use the latest React and Next.js features, and more. all with deep dive lessons, which are illustrated theory lessons that teach you the baseline. Then we build and deploy a very complex app. And then, as I told you, we have those active lessons, which really dive in depth, teaching you how you can create some stuff on your own. With that said, thank you for watching this video, and I'll see you on jsmastery.pro.